joints right here, man, that you play when you feeling down on your ism, right? Play this shit right here and resuscitate your pimping and get you right back on your mission, right? For you hoes, this that shit you play when you ain't feeling like super hoe today. Play this shit right here and spark up your hoeing and get you right back going, you dig? Dig this. Pimps for real, don't mistake it for fashion. The turf that birthed my reputation for mashing was the track with active, attractive hoes. Professional goers that attract the dough. Like magnets to metal, never settle. We scorching them fag bitches pedal for them portions. My whores win it all. Not the ones on the sideline wishing but didn't ball in the guidelines. My bitches did it all. Down 7 below in the snow for dough. Over 120 in the sun for fun. They mash for hours, hooker baths, not showers. Bright and early, down and dirty for the cash and power. They gotta get the cash, the towers, and reach it all to a pimp. In my position, I'm all but exempt. These bras not wimps, I'm like them renegade bitches. BFFs with tricks but never getting paid riches. Grenade bitches, they dynamite, blowing up on the pimpin' and missing when the time is right. But when they life gets strife, they see pimpin' shining bright, but they action is life without. Bitch, one strike you out. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. See, that's the difference nigga. The pimpin' mashing for these riches nigga. Nothing like you master magician niggas. Smoking mirrors with your game, hella extras to reflect the opposite appearance of a lame. Bitches coming from y'all, I can't rock with those. Tender-footed and rooted in them doctor shows. Soft shoe rituals, minute residuals. Papers on life support, your loots and critical. Something I learned about when running my earned route and working with turnouts is murdering burnouts. Cause knocking one of you niggas for a scarred bitch, that's knocking one of you niggas for some garbage. I'm heartless regardless, empty with sympathy, but banked up to the max with pimpathy. No remedy for me, I'm like this. My life is vice grip, synced in permanent ink. You can't rewrite this. My blood type is P positive, beautifully deposited with a lot of it. I'm popping this shit, and when I pop it so hard I make a trapping ass bad bitch wanna hoe hard. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Come on pimpin' man, pop that shit. Show these sucker niggas they can't stop that shit. Let these hookers know if they wanna cop that shit. Treat the bag like it's hot, bitch, and drop that shit. And to you hoes, if you ever took a loss, bitch, show these bitches how to bounce back like a boss, bitch. Let them know that the best way to floss, bitch, is reach that paper to some pimpin' hoe and toss it. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Joints right here, man, that you play when you feeling down on your ism, right? Play this shit right here and resuscitate your pimping and get you right back on your mission, right? For you hoes, this that shit you play when you ain't feeling like super hoe today. Play this shit right here and spark up your hoeing and get you right back going, you dig? Dig this. Pimps for real, don't mistake it for fashion. The turf that birthed my reputation for mashing was the track with active, attractive hoes. Professional goers that attract the dough. Like magnets to metal, never settle. We scorching them fag bitches pedal for them portions. My whores win it all. Not the ones on the sideline wishing but didn't ball in the guidelines. My bitches did it all. Down 7 below in the snow for dough. Over 120 in the sun. Yeah, we here, man. Live, direct, and in full effect. with this game. Y'all already know what to do, man. Wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button while we get ready to get into this game, man. Yeah, go ahead and hit that like button, man. Wipe your feet off at the door. That's the only price of admission that a pimp asks for, is for you to hit that like button. And I don't know about y'all, but you already know what Free's about to do. I got to hydrate my game, man. I got to put some love in my body, man. Yeah. Hopefully everybody's having a peaceful and prosperous evening. Blessings to everybody in attendance and everybody within y'all's reach. You dig? Put some of this love in my body. Okay. Okay, man. Had to hydrate my game one time as usual. Yeah, Justin, you already know, man. Fiji. 24/7, 366 this year. Because it's, oh, shit. 366 days in this year. So, yeah, this year is 24/7, 366. You dig? But, yeah, man. Let's talk about this game, man. You know, it's 2024. And the world is evolving rapidly. The world is changing at a pace faster than ever. The world has never changed at a pace like this ever. You dig? So, just like the world is rapidly changing and evolving, everything in it is as well. Comes with the territory, is hand in hand with each other. So within that, the game is rapidly changing. Now, not the game itself. When I say the game, I'm talking about the knowledge, the information. That, you know, fundamentally is going to be the same. You know, because new things come about in the world, new information comes along with it as well. But the fundamentals of the game is going to be the same. But the world is constantly changing, so the game is constantly changing. You know, the ways that people move around in the game is a lot more complex, got a lot more arms and legs than it did before. And there's a lot more different types of characters in the game than there ever was before. Now, the nature of these different characters, you know, that's always been around. But, you know, the types of characters within these different natures of people in the game, you know, it's very colorful these days. You know, it's a lot of flavors going on, man. That's why the title of this video is the 31 Flavors of Pimpin'. Now, among these 31 flavors, you know, some of these flavors are natural. Some of these flavors are artificial. But nonetheless, these are the 31 flavors of pimping. Now, you know, just like the artificial, when it comes to this game, everybody that says they are this shit is not this shit. Everybody who says it, everybody who say it don't display it. But, you know, for the sake of this video, we gonna say they are what they are, we gonna refer to them as what they claim to be, which is pimping. You know, a lot of these different guys that we about to talk about claim to be the pimping, But, you know, those of y'all with some game will be able to separate game from lame and determine, you know, what the authentic is versus what the fraudulent is, the artificial is. You dig? Yeah, man. Hold on. Yeah, man. You know, it's a lot of different types of, you know, it's 2024, man. It's a lot going on. You know, once upon a time, you know, just like with cars, you know, back when automobiles first came around, it was only a handful of different automobiles to choose from. Now it's hundreds of different automobiles to choose from. You dig? Different speeds, different abilities, different styles, you know, different categories. It's a whole lot going on. Same thing with TVs, same thing with telephones, which are now cell phones, hardly even any telephones anywhere. But, you know, you know, things evolving and a lot more options are available. So it's the same thing with this game, right? You know, back when the world was simpler, the options to a young lady in the game was simpler. You know, it wasn't nearly as many different types of characters available in the game once upon a time as it is now. Now it's all kind of different characters. You know, everybody want to be the pimping. Everybody say they some pimping. You know, so we gonna break this shit down, man. Now, the first type of pimp we gonna talk about is the lover boy pimp. Man, it's so many different flavors, man. The first flavor we gonna break down is this lover boy pimp. You know, now the lover boy pimp. So, man, I'm trying to think. I don't know if the lover boy pimp makes up the majority of the population of people that claim to be pimps. If the lover boy don't make up the majority, he's like right up there. He running neck and neck with probably a different category that we gonna mention too, or maybe another couple of different categories. But the lover boy pimp is heavily populating the game right now. Now, see, these lover boy pimps, man, they're not really the most charismatic necessarily. They're not really the most intelligent. They're not really the most articulate and gamed up. You know, they really don't have any game or intellect to impart to a young lady to help build her up as far as her game goes. Rather than build her up, they'd rather fill her up. You know what I mean? They filling her up instead of building her up, the lover boy is, man. So, you know, the lover boy is probably somebody that it's not a requirement, but a lot of the lover boy pimps are guys that rely on either their looks or, you know, what they abilities in the bedroom, or they level of freakiness in the bedroom. You know, they willing to go to lengths that a lot of the other flavors of pimping ain't willing to go. The lover boy pimp is gonna take her all the way there, you know, in the bedroom. He got all the different, you know, ways to please a woman to a T. He got it down packed, you dig? He's a master of the bedroom. You know, that's the lover boy pimp, man. Now, you know, the lover boy pimp, his whole objective is to make the chick fall in love with him. And that's how he gonna get his run out the chick, is by making her fall in love with him. A lot of these lover boy pimps don't really be having stables. You know, the lover boy pimp oftentimes will have one main chick, and then he'll have probably at the most a lot of different fly-by nights, but he won't really have too many chicks that last longer than a week. Yeah, the lover boy pimp, Some of them might not even have no fly by nights. Some of them just can't get no action because this chick that they done turned into their girlfriend that's going out there doing favors for them, she ain't letting them have no action. She's torpedoing all the action. Before some action can even come to inception, she's shooting it down immediately. Right? So, but the lover boy pimps, man, they for the most part, they can only have one chick at a time. And like I said, they might get some fly-by-nights. And what usually happens with the fly-by-nights, the reason why the fly-by-nights don't really stick around is because, excuse my pimping, the girlfriend is going to run them off. The girlfriend got a lot of different tactics and ways to run these fly-by-nights off. Now a lot of fly-by-nights in the game, that's all they meant to be is just fly-by-nights. They like, you got a lot of chicks in the game that's like Oliver Miller. They ain't going to stay down with one team too long. They going to get traded and traded and traded and traded. Who else is another player like that? It's somebody on the tip of my tongue that I'm trying to think of that got traded a lot throughout the NBA. Damn. They done been on the Lakers before. I'm trying to remember. But them players in the NBA, man, they just get traded around a lot. That's how some of these fly-by-nights are. But then again, you have some fly-by-nights that have the potential, if somebody was to pimp accordingly on their ass, to stick around and stay down and give somebody a run. But whatever the case, with the lover boy pimp, that girlfriend is going to kill the possibility of that even taking place. The girlfriend, these girlfriends, they got so many different tactics with the lover boy pimp to keep the lover boy pimp to themselves, right? One tactic is to intimidate. You got the girlfriends that like to intimidate everybody that comes through the door. She's gonna bogart the front seat whenever they go somewhere. She ain't gonna never try to take turns. She's not like a hoe's, a pimp's hoe. She's a lover boy's hoe. See, a pimp's hoe, she's gonna make when a new wifey come through the door, a pimp's hoe is gonna make the wifey feel welcome. You know what I mean? She gonna go out of her way to make the wife, if it's somebody with some potential to stick around and stay down and give a pimp a run, the pimp's hoe is gonna make a wifey welcome, right? But the lover boy's hoe, she's gonna bogart the front seat. She ain't gonna never let the new wifey ride in the front seat. She just always gonna try to make the new wifey feel secondary in every way possible. Things that she probably wouldn't do when there's no wifeys, when it's just her and her lover boy folks. She gonna go above and beyond. When it was just her and her lover boy folks, she wasn't cooking. She wasn't, keeping the household clean. She'll let the dishes pile up in the sink. And, lover boy pimps, they not going to press the issue like other kinds of pimps. The lover boy pimp, he just so happy that this chick is in love with him and staying down with him. He not going to really enforce anything. So the girlfriend to the lover boy pimp, she's going to let the dishes pile up. She ain't going to cook. It's always Uber Eats. It's always DoorDash. It's always going out somewhere. It's never no home cooked meals. So she's never catering to a pimp at all. She's not doing laundry. She ain't doing none of that. But when the new wifey comes around, that's a part of the intimidation too. She gonna be cooking without it even being requested. You know, she gonna be cooking gourmet shit that he didn't even never know that she could cook. Like, damn, bitch, I didn't know you could do all this shit in the kitchen. Shit. Why you ain't been doing this? Yeah, you need to have more fly-by-nights come through so you can see what she really made of. You know what I mean? You don't even know what your girlfriend is capable of in a lot of areas, man. So, you know, when that new wifey come around, the girlfriend to the lover boy pimp, she gonna be in the kitchen cooking. She's not gonna let the kitchen even get close to being dirty. The whole house, period. You know what I mean? Before, when you took your jacket off and laid it on the couch, she'll just leave it there. Now that the new wifey is around, when you lay your jacket on the couch, she hurries up and grabs it and hangs it up. You know what I mean? Things like that. She's taking your shoes off for you and putting your slippers on, massaging your feet without you even asking for it. Oh man, and the bedroom game is about to go through the roof. You know what I mean? Her performance was probably like at a 2 or a 3 when, you know, it was just you and her. But now that this new wifey is around, hey man, the performance is on 25. She done shot way past 10. Her performance is on 25. You know what I mean? Yeah, so the girlfriend, she's gonna make it real hard for the lover boy to have any other hoes, but little does the lover boy understand that it's really his fault that the girlfriend is like this, because he got her with lover boy tactics. He didn't get her with pimp moves. You know what I mean? He didn't get her with game. He got her with lover boy tactics. You know, instead of trying to go hard on her, he wanted to go hard in her. You know? So you know, when a pimp get a hoe, it's one of two things he gonna do. He gonna either be trying to exercise and feed her, you know, her private areas, or he gonna be exercising and feeding her mind. And the lover boy pimp, he's exercising and feeding the private areas. So, you know, whatever area the pimping is feeding and exercising is where the young lady's confidence is going to be. See, when a pimp exercises and feeds a hoe's mind, you know, the confidence is going to be in her game. She going to be confident in her ability, you know, that her hoeing is going to be based on her game. When she go out there, she confident about what she doing, is going to be based on her game, because pimping been exercising and feeding her mind. But when he exercising and feeding the private area, then that's where all her confidence is going to be. When she go out there to do what she do, you know, it's not going to be based on game. It's not going to be based on charisma. It's not going to be based on conversation. It's going to be based on her performance in the bedroom. You know, it's going to be based on her sex appeal, which, you know, she can get so far in the game like that, but she's not going to reach her potential, because all her confidence is in her private area and not at all in her mind, because, you know, that area is being neglected by the lover boy pimp. So yeah, man, the lover boy pimp, man, you know, that's his whole game. His whole game is, you know, immediately bedroom. You know, he's not thinking about reaching her in areas that the average cat couldn't reach her, touching her in areas that the average cat can't touch her, you know, because he don't have what it takes to reach her and touch her in those areas. You know, so he just gonna reach her and touch her where everybody else can reach her and touch her. He just gonna, you know, do his best to do it in ways to make her fall in love with him. You know, and a lot of times these lover boy pimps, they might have a couple of girlfriends. You know, they might have 2 or 3 girlfriends throughout their time in the game. But a lot of times when a lot of the lover boy pimps, after that one girlfriend is gone, they're gone too. You know, they back doing what they should have been doing a long time ago. They driving for Amazon. They a barber now. You know, they a mailman now. You know, they done started their landscaping business like they've been wanting to all the time. or they done started their mechanic business like they've been wanting to do forever. You know, they go back to doing whatever it was that they should have been doing in the first place because they think to themselves like, damn, I was wasting all this time pretending like I was a pimp, you know, and it didn't get me nowhere. You know, I'm back to where I started after my girlfriend left me that I thought was my hoe. I should have just, you know, invested in whatever I wanted to do before I start acting like a pimp, and I'd be much further with that right now. But hey, I can start now. You know, it's better late than never. So let me get on it now. That's what usually happens with a lot of lover boy pimps. You know, they open that pizza parlor that they always wanted, or that ice cream parlor that they always wanted, or they went and bought that ice cream truck or that food truck that they always wanted. You know, they go back to doing whatever it was that they thought what they should have been doing the whole time, but you know, they convinced themselves that they was just pimping, and you know, they end up sorely mistaken in the end. So that's what usually goes on with the lover boy pimps, man. Excuse my pimping while I hydrate my pimping one time. Let's see. Hey man, it's 120 of y'all up in here, but only 76 of y'all done wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's door, man. Man, come on, man. Hit that like button. Wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's door, man. Okay. So, in a nutshell, the lover boy pimp, he don't depend on popping it from his lips. He depends on wiggling his hips for some chips. You dig? That's what the lover boy pimp gonna do. The lover boy pimp gonna try to make the chick fall in love with him. And because he made her fall in love with him instead of falling in love with the game, you know, she's turned on to him instead of being turned out to the game. Therefore, her priority is him being hers, not him and her belonging to the game, being in the game together. It ain't about that. It's about, this is my man. Can't nobody have him but me. So whenever he try to knock something fresh, she's going to run it off. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, so I didn't even finish breaking that down about the lover boy pimp's hoe. You know, she also, not only does she intimidate other hoes away, she also fights other hoes away. You know, she creates little drama, little problems, and she does it in such a crafty way that she'll convince the lover boy pimp that it was the new hoe's fault. The new hoe was the one that created the issue and started the drama. But really the whole time, it was the girlfriend. See, these girlfriend to these lover boy pimps, they be crafty. And they know how to set up a green bitch in a way that it'll make it look like the green one started it, but the whole time it was a part of the girlfriend's plan. You know, so the girlfriend is justified in getting physical with her. The girlfriend is justified in dropping them Fifth Ward B's on them, you know what I mean? Like the ghetto boys would say. You know what I mean? The girlfriend is justified in getting her Mike Tyson on with the new wifey because she started it. But the whole time it was puppeteered by the girlfriend. You know what I mean? And the lover boy pimp, he ain't got no game, so he just as goofy. And the girlfriend, she got his nose so wide open that he gonna believe anything she say. You know what I mean? If she say she seen a UFO on the blade tonight, he gonna believe it. You know what I mean? If she say she dated a Martian and the Martian gave her 300 Martian dollars, you know what I mean? And she gonna take it to the currency exchange, and you know the 300 Martian dollars translates into 250 American dollars, he gonna believe it. You know what I mean? So that's how wide open she got his nose. So, of course he gonna believe that this new wifey, created the drama and all of that, and the girlfriend was justified in beating her up. So she gonna run him off like that. The girlfriend's got a whole lot of different tactics. They might create a rumor, put a false jacket on the new wifey. I heard from such and such, who heard from such and such, who heard from such and such, that she told on somebody, or she got a disease she can't get rid of. Whole time, it's false. And the lover boy pimp, he ain't got enough sense to scrutinize what the girlfriend is saying and fact check what the girlfriend is saying. He not even gamed up enough to take her to the clinic and, make sure her health is A1, or, go down the rabbit hole and be like, okay, she told on somebody. Who did she tell on? Where's the paperwork? What's the case number? He ain't going to do none of that. He just going to take the girlfriend's word for it because, like I said, she got his nose wide open. So he's going for whatever she put on his plate. So, yeah, man, these girlfriends to these lover boy pimps, they got a whole lot of different tactics that's going to run all the potential wifeys off. So he's never going to have anybody past his one girlfriend. He might have a fly by night to stick around for a week at the most. But, a lot of them girlfriend pimps, they don't even get fly by nights because the girlfriend ain't having it. No. If she don't approve of her, then she can't stick around. And guess what? She never approves of her. So she's never sticking around. So, yeah. That's the lover boy pimp in a nutshell, man. Now, I was saying that the lover boy pimp, could possibly make up the majority of guys in the game that profess to be the pimping. But I'd have to say that this next category makes up the majority of guys in the game, and that is the dope fiend pimp. I believe that there are more dope fiend pimps in the game than any other kind of pimp, right? And for those of y'all just tuning in, you probably listening like, Freeze, what's a dope fiend pimp? What's a lover boy pimp? These people ain't pimps. Pimps is this and pimps is that. As I said in the beginning of the video, and I'll remind y'all periodically throughout the video that, just for the sake of this video, we gonna categorize everybody as what they claim to be, what they're self-proclaimed, which is pimps. These different categories I'm breaking down are all categories of guys who call themselves pimps, guys who proclaim themselves to be pimps, right? So the first category was the lover boy pimp. This category that we about to touch on now is the dope fiend pimp. And the dope fiend pimp, I would have to say, makes up the majority. There's no category of pimps, there's no flavor of pimps that populates the game more than the dope fiend pimp. It's so many different kinds of dope fiend pimps. There's so many different drugs that dope fiend pimps be on, and there's so many different ways that dope fiend pimps get out. Now the dope fiend pimps, man, they some wild boys. They some wild boys, man. Now, among the dope fiend pimps, let's see. It's hard to say which kind of dope fiend pimp makes up the majority of the dope fiend pimps. But one kind of dope fiend pimp that we all familiar with that make up a lot of the dope fiend pimps is the lean pimp. So we gonna talk about the dope fiend pimps. We gonna talk about the different types of dope that they do and, you know, the different type of ways that they do their thing based on the type of different drugs that they do. So yeah, the first one is the lean pimp. The first type of dope fiend pimp is that we gonna talk about is the lean pimp. Uncle Ice the Pimp, you stupid. Oh man, but nah, it's some of those out there too. But the lean pimp, see, out of all the dope fiend pimps, the coolest dope fiend pimp, the flyest dope fiend pimp, the most likable dope fiend pimp is the lean pimp. You know what I mean? Out of all the dope fiend pimps, the lean pimp is the most accepted. And a big part of the reason why the lean pimp is the most accepted is because his habit is the most expensive out of all the dope fiend pimps. You know, some dope fiend pimps could be broke and, you know, still maintain their habit and still do their thing in the game with different broads. But the lean pimp, hey man, you can't be no broke lean pimp. If you a lean pimp, you got to have some money because that ain't no cheap habit. And guess what? That lean, it's like Pookie said on New Jack City. It be calling them. It's calling me. It's calling me. I got to go to it. That's the lean pimp. See, like I said, they real cool and they real fly. So, you know, to the untrained eye, mind, and ear, the lean pimp don't look like a junkie. He don't look like, you know, he itching for his fix. The lean pimp look like if he was to go, you know, if he was to just say, you know what, I ain't gonna sip lean for 2 months. He could just do it and still be the same pimp. Nah, the lean pimp can't do that. Don't let him fool you. No matter how cool he looks, no matter how it appears that he could just put this cup down whenever he feel like it, he can't do that. He just as much of a dope fiend as every other type of dope fiend that it is. Just like the coke fiend, just like the ecstasy fiend, just like the fentanyl fiend, just like the meth fiend, just like every other dope fiend that it is, the lean fiend ain't no different. The lean pimp ain't no different. So he got to have his fix just like everybody else. It's just that, you know, the dope fiend pimp, like I said, they the most acceptable. They cool, they fly, they well groomed, they handle their responsibilities. You know, yeah, they don't appear like most dope fiends. So, but you know, the lean pimp, he's still gonna present some problems, right? So, as many people know, as any lady in the house who's had a lean pimp before knows, you know, the lean pimp is gonna be in hibernation a lot. The lean pimp gonna be like a bear. You know how bears, certain times of the year, certain seasons, they go into hibernation and you don't see them for a while. That's how the lean pimp is. Now, lean pimp hibernation don't last as long as a bear, but, you know, the lean pimp gonna be hibernating a lot. You know, the lean pimp, it's not cool for a 304 because, just like, potential dangers, might be higher with the lean pimp. Hey, potential opportunities could be missed too with the lean pimp because he gonna be sleeping on his job a lot. You know, so a 304 could be in a potentially dangerous situation and she might need to, you know, get some game to be navigated out of the situation. You know, but the lean pimp ain't gonna be available to help her navigate through that situation because he gonna be passed out. You know, he gonna be under anesthesia off that lean. So, God forbid, but a chick with a lean pimp, you know, if she end up in a situation, you know, or, you know, yeah, it's just so many different dangerous situations that she might end up in where she might need him, and he gonna be under anesthesia. On the same token, like I said, certain opportunities might be missed with the lean pimp. She might have a potential come up, a major come up that she might need his help to navigate through, and she might miss that opportunity, or she might get caught up in the midst of the opportunity because she needed him to help her navigate herself through the situation, but he was under anesthesia. He was off that lean. He was asleep, knocked out. So, she misses the opportunity, or moving in desperation to try to make the opportunity happen for his sake, she might get caught up, and she might be facing, F's on her report card. So, yeah, man, and like ebooks just said, hoes be getting diabetes and seizures instead of STDs. Well, speaking of seizures, I think some of them lean pimps be going through stuff like that too. And that's another thing with the lean pimps, man. They be having some health problems. That stuff ain't no joke, man. A lot of cats die young messing with that stuff. And then another thing too, right? Like nowadays, a lot of people in the game, is sad to say, but a lot of people in the game abhor game. A lot of people in the game frown upon game, don't care about game, don't think about game, don't endeavor to acquire game. And even for a lean sipper, it's certain game that you should have, because if you sip lean unwisely, hey man, it could be dangerous for you. Prime example, right? I remember one time I was on the track in Bakersfield, California. This over 10 years ago. This probably like 12 years ago, right? I'm on the track on Union Avenue in Bakersfield, California. It's summertime. I want to say it's like June or July. It's like 110 degrees outside, right? And, it's probably about 8 pimps in the parking lot, chilling, chopping it up in a circle. And, one of the guys pulls up and he got a bunch of lean. And he started passing cups out to everybody. I was the only one who turned down a cup. Everybody else was sipping. So it's about 7 or 8 Ps, with their cups sipping. Out of all of these Ps, only one of them, and I believe he was the oldest one in the circle. He was, he was older than the rest of everybody, but he was the only one I seen that had some sense. And I was thinking to myself, like, damn, I've never even sipped lean, but even I understand this. He turned his car on, fired the AC up, and went and sipped his cup under the AC in his car. Everybody else standing outside, 110 degrees, sipping his lean. And they don't understand it, or they didn't understand at that time. Unfortunately, didn't nothing happen to nobody. But man, that lean is dangerous to sip in the heat like that. You're not supposed to be sipping lean when it's 110 degrees outside and you standing outside in the sun sipping that shit. That's dangerous. And I wasn't there to see it, but I have heard of situations where, guys in the game have passed away from that. I heard of somebody doing that in Fresno before a long time ago, was sipping lean in the heat, and he ain't here no more. So, yeah, it's, and a lot of cats who sip lean probably don't even think about that or understand that or care. You know what I mean? And like I said, it's unfortunate because, like I said, the lean pimp is the most accepted and the coolest. and the flyest. You know, he don't look like a junkie. And then you got all the rappers rapping about it. You know, so they make it even cooler. If you see a rapper in a video and he got a whole bunch of jewelry on and he in this expensive ass car and he got women around him shaking their ass, and these women are, you know, beautiful women, and he got this styrofoam cup, and the hand that he holding this styrofoam cup in got a watch on. It's like $50,000 or $100,000 bust down. You know, yeah, that lean look real cool to an impressionable mind. You know, and a pimp ain't supposed to be impressionable like that, but hey, that's a whole nother conversation. But, you know, a lot of these people are impressionable and they think like, damn, that rapper, he look real cool with that lean, man. I wonder what that shit tastes like. I wonder what it feel like. I heard it tastes good, man. You know, I might try it next time I'm in the circle and, you know, pimps passing it around, man. I might take a cup next time. Last time I turned it down, but next time I might try that shit, man. You know? And next thing you know, you got another lean junkie. It's certain pimps, man, that I've seen when they started, and I seen how they ended up, and it's like, damn. And they waste so much money on that shit. And see, when you young and you having fast money, you know, it's understandable because you're under the impression that this money ain't gonna never slow down, let alone stop. You ain't thinking about the slow down. You definitely ain't thinking about the stoppage. You just know that you getting fast money right now. You can buy whatever you want, when you want, how you want. So, and you want to feel good. So you're gonna sip this lean. You know what I mean? Right. And like Sir Charles say, it's liquid dope. It's heroin. You know what I mean? That's exactly what it is. And, you know, a lot of them lean pimps, they get mad when you say it's liquid heroin. But that's what it is, though. It's an opiate in liquid form. So it ain't nothing but liquid heroin. You dig? And that's a terrible thing. That's a terrible monkey to have on your back. You know what I mean? And your kidneys, boy, a lot of them cats, they start young. They start when they, you know, in their late teens or their early 20s. And by the time they 30, boy, they done put their kidneys through some punishment. Man, your kidneys ain't supposed to be going through that at such a young age, because 30 is still young. Hey, man, by the time you 30, you done spent all your 20s sipping that liquid heroin, as Sir Charles just said. Hey, man, you done put your kidneys through some punishment. You know, and by that time, man, it's hard for people to stop. Like I said, it may appear because the lean pimp is so cool, it's so fly, it may appear that he can just put that cup down and leave it down whenever he want to, but it ain't that easy. You know what I mean? I was just watching an interview with Mozzie not too long ago. I forget what podcast it was on. But, I think it was YG's podcast, because I think YG got a podcast now. Everybody got a podcast. But I think YG's podcast it was, where Mozzie was talking about how he put the cup down and, you know, he realized it was going to be harder than what he thought. You know what I mean? He picked it right back up, you know, after not too long. So, yeah, man. Yeah, the lean pimp, man, you know, and you know, he gonna blow a lot of good action like that, man. And then some chicks, they be, you know, you got some chicks in the game, man, that are just loyal to a fault, to they folks, and they down for they folks, right or wrong. And you know, I commend that in a chick who has that type of loyalty to her folks. Even no matter what he might be going through, no matter what type of faults or flaws he may have, I admire a chick that know how to stay down even when times are ugly, even when things ain't going the way she would like them to go. I admire that in chicks. And you got certain households of chicks that might be 3, 4, 5 deep, and they just loyal to their folks, no matter what kind of problems he might have, no matter what kind of issues he might be going through. Hey, man, so shout out to them young ladies that's like that. It ain't a lot of them, but they are out there. They going through it as we speak, and I highly commend them. I tip my hat to them. But, yeah, man, it's unfortunate because, you got chicks. It's certain people that's coming to mind right now, but I can't say no names, man. But it's certain people that's coming to mind right now that, it's certain cats that's like 3, 4 deep and got hitters. They got chicks bringing back hunks and chunks consistently. And they tearing the bankroll up, and they tearing their body up, and they tearing their mind up at the same time. And that's one thing that the lean pimp, he ain't thinking about. Because all he thinking about is being fly, and feeling good. So he gonna spend all the money being fly and all the money feeling good. And he's not going to make any wise decisions with the money, so it's unfortunate, but a lot of the chicks that's down for the lean pimp, when it's all said and done, a lot of them don't have nothing to show for it because the money was just blown. She might hit a lick for 50,000 and that 50,000 gonna get ran through. And she might have a little couple of things to show for it, and he might have a little couple of things to show for it. But, those things that they got to show for it don't hold value. They're things that depreciate in value, or they're things, that's perishable, that ain't going to be here long. Like lean. Lean is perishable. A lot of money gets spent on that shit, but it's here and gone in the blink of an eye. You can't go buy a whole bunch of lean and store that shit up. And, when you're going through it, you could take the lean to the pawn shop and pawn it. Nah, you can't do that. You can't put the lean on OfferUp or Craigslist and sell that shit. You know what I mean? You can't take the lean to the bank, and cash it out. Lean, you can't do that. It's perishable. It's like food. But at least food, provides nutrients and nourishment to your body. That lean, man, it don't do nothing but destroy you. And it costs a whole bunch of money. Like I said, it's the most expensive habit of all the dope fiend pimps. The lean pimp got the most expensive habit. And like I said, it's unfortunate for the young ladies that's down and loyal with them type of dudes to a fault and just loves paying the shit out of them guys, because a lot of unwise decisions is going to be made with the trap, and in the end, she ain't going to have nothing to show for it. Hey, and it's real. A chick who goes out in a punk type of way, or a chick who don't stay down, when them type of chick, like basically when you don't do right by the game, when a chick like that grow old in the game and she ain't got nothing to show for it, I don't really feel bad, because bitch, you never did right by the game. You know what I mean? You was messing with suckers. You had a baby by a trick. You moved in with a trick. You married a trick. Somebody that started out as a client, or, you know what I mean? You was messing with a dope boy and try to turn him into a pimp. He was your boyfriend and y'all was getting high together and he was supplying your habit and all that. Like, or, you was too good for this part of the game. And, you talked real bad about girls on the track because you figured out how to play the carpet, or you figured out how to play the net, and you was talking real bad about girls on the track, or you know what I mean, you was down on the track and you was talking bad about girls on the internet, or talking about bad about girls in the strip club. You know what I mean? You just didn't do right by the game. And then next thing you know, you 35, 40 years old and you still trying to get it together, and you know you ain't got nothing to show for it. Them type of chicks I don't feel bad for. But them type of chicks in the game that stay down and they do right by their folks and they loyal and they really believe that this is the right folks for them. But those folks that they had, out of all the time and dedication that they gave to them, you know, they just was frivolous with the money. They was spending it on a bunch of, you know, liabilities, a bunch of things that don't really matter, and a bunch of drugs. You know, she was essentially supporting a drug habit. That's what a lot of her time and effort went towards. You know, when a chick like that get old in the game and she ain't got nothing to show for it, that's the type of stuff that sucks. You know, that I hate to see that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And, you know, I've never been a frivolous spender in the game, right? At least not by habit. But I have made unwise decisions with a hoes trap before. And one thing that stopped me from doing that, I can't really point to a particular instance that woke me up, but you know, at some point I started thinking about the stuff that hoes go through to get the money, right? And I did my best to see things from their perspective. Every night, this chick is going out dealing with different dudes, all different types of characters, all different types of personalities. You know, some of them might be cool. Some of them are weird as hell. Some of them are demented. Some of them are sick and twisted. Some of them got mental problems. You know what I mean? Some of them are, you know, unsanitary and got bad hygiene. Some of them are too demanding. Like, you know, it's just so many different types of guys that a chick deal with. You know, some of these guys are dangerous, you know, and she still gets down and goes through all this every night for years on end. Hey, man, I got to a point where I was like, man, I just believe in you reap what you sow. So I believe that if you being wasteful with a hoe's trap and she making all these sacrifices to break herself to you consistently, man, you know, you sowing bad seeds for yourself and you gonna reap some bad, you know, outcomes if you just don't appreciate a hoe's trap. Right? And when you a dope fiend pimp, you don't even have it in you to appreciate a hoe's trap. It don't even go together. It's impossible for you to appreciate a hoe's trap if you a dope fiend pimp. You know? So that's the lean pimp, man. Another one that you got out there is the crystal meth pimp. You know, it's a lot of those running around too. Hey, man. And the crystal meth pimps, hold on. Excuse my pimping. Hold on a second. Come on. This thing is tripping. Okay. Excuse my pimping. Hold on a second. If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain, please do so now. It's 156 of y'all in here, but only 132 of y'all done wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain. Please do so now. Hit that like button. Y'all cold, surcharge. You a fool for that. Kelpie. Yeah, he's what we would call a crystal meth pimp. Lil Kelpie, he falls into that category for sure. But yeah, man. With that being said, Kelpie, he's from California. And I hate to say it because I also am from California. But the crystal meth pimps are it's kind of a regional thing right now. Now you got crystal meth pimps scattered in different parts of the country, but the crystal meth pimps are heavily populated on the West Coast. Right? It's a whole lot of crystal meth pimps in California. It's a whole lot of crystal meth pimps in Arizona. It's a whole lot of crystal meth pimps in Seattle. Hey, it's just a whole lot of crystal meth pimps on the West Coast, period. Right? And unlike the lean pimp, the crystal meth pimp, he's not necessarily usually the coolest. Some crystal meth pimps can be cool, but you can still be a crystal meth pimp and be dusty, because unlike the lean pimp, the crystal meth pimp's habit is a lot cheaper. Right? The crystal meth pimps, he can be hotel or motel living, driving a little bucket, or he might not even have a car at all, but he still can have some hoes and he still can maintain his habit, because, the crystal meth habit is not an expensive one. So, yeah, man, the crystal meth pimp, man, he oftentimes can be a dusty pimp, but, in California, I will say some of the crystal meth pimps, not all of them, but some of the crystal meth pimps in California are pretty fly. You know what I mean? But a lot of the crystal meth pimps, they not really the type to check a lot of hodo. What the crystal meth pimps do is they check a little bit of hodo and they put some yeast on it to make it look like it's a lot of hodo, but it's really not. The crystal meth pimps have ways of getting vehicles. I ain't gonna, say too much on here, but the crystal meth pimps, they have ways of getting vehicles without spending very much money. They have ways of getting condos and apartments and sometimes houses without spending very much money. And if you're familiar, you don't have to say it in the comments section, because what's understood don't need to be explained. And if you know, you know. And if you don't know, you probably don't need to know. So, if you're familiar, you ain't got to say it in the chat. But, the crystal meth pimps in California, they have ways of making a little bit look like a whole lot. So, oftentimes the crystal meth pimps, they be having like, at least the ones in California, they'll have like fancy sports cars. They have Hellcats and, Scat Packs, Challengers and Chargers and things like that. SS Camaros. The crystal meth pimps in California, a lot of them are young, and a lot of them, they like fast sports cars, right? And a lot of them end up crashing these cars, and fortunately they survive. And when they survive these car crashes, they go get another one, man. And a lot of these crystal meth pimps, they crash their cars not into regular shit. Some people crash into another car. Nah, the crystal meth pimp, he gonna get a brand new Challenger or Charger. He gonna get a brand new Scat Pack or a brand new Trackhawk, and he's gonna crash it into a gas pump. He's gonna crash it into somebody's house. He gonna crash it into Popeye's chicken. He gonna crash it into McDonald's or Jack in the Box. The crystal meth pimp, he might crash his Hellcat into a liquor store. The crystal meth pimps, they just be reckless and they don't really know how to drive, and then they be high out their mind. So, yeah, those are the guys that you see driving real fast and reckless on Figueroa. And some of them houses on Figueroa have been crashed into, unfortunately, man. It's just unfortunate for people that live in that neighborhood over there because, you never know when one of these crystal meth pimps might put the hood of their Challenger in your living room. You might be in the bathroom brushing your teeth, and next thing you know, you got a Hellcat in your living room. So it's just, that's how the crystal meth pimps get down. But, they don't really have any game for a hoe. And they don't even care. They really don't care what they hoes do. The crystal meth pimps, the hoes this on the track that, they socializing, they passing blunts between each other, they passing Douce bottles between each other, they passing Casamigos bottles between each other, they passing lines of powder between each other. Those are the chicks that's messing with the crystal meth pimps because the crystal meth pimp, he's so high and crazy and, he don't care. Even if she don't catch no dates, if she don't make no money, he don't care. He's just happy that she's around to make him look like he really doing some pimping, but he really ain't. That's what a lot of the crystal meth pimps is doing. So, a lot of the hoes that mess with crystal meth pimps, they're really kept women. They really well taken care of, and they don't. It's not a lot required of them. They don't really have to make a lot of money. They don't have to catch dates for real. If she catches like 1 or 2 dates throughout the night, the crystal meth pimp, he's cool with that because that's just enough money for him to put some yeast on and make it look a whole lot more than what it is. He can put some yeast on it and they can go shopping, buy all the designer stuff. And after he put his Hellcat in somebody's kitchen at their restaurant, he can go buy a new one, So yeah, they money hard for sure. They making deals for sure. You know what I mean? But the crystal meth pimps, man, they some wild boys. They real reckless. They're real they're real irritable because that's one thing that crystal meth does. It makes you have mood swings, and when the mood swings start going on, them guys, they be real easily irritated. They be ready to shoot up the whole block just because a pimp did what pimps do and called his girlfriend a bitch. The crystal meth pimp, he ready to come air the whole block out. The crystal meth pimp, they some wild boys. They real trigger happy. They not really good fighters. And even if they was good fighters, the crystal meth is tearing them up. So they weak. Even if they were good fighters before they got strung out on that shit, they're weak because the drugs make them weak. Not all the crystal meth pimps, but a lot of them are skinny and sucked up because it depends on how long they've been doing it. If they ain't been doing it that long, they might still have a little weight on them. But the veteran crystal meth pimps, most of them are skinny and sucked up and, weak and, they can't do 5 push-ups to save their life. So, and the girls that mess with them, the girls that mess with them, that's the kind of guys that they like. They don't really like any other kind of pimps. They like guys they like dope fiend pimps because dope fiend pimps are potentially dangerous and girls like, them kind of girls, they like those guys that they get a kick out of. Daddy, pull up right now. This fool over here sweating me and I ain't even thinking about him. I told his punk ass to get out my face, but he won't. Daddy, pull up right now. They like in the crystal meth pimp, he's going to be, it's like she put the bat signal in the air and he's popping up quicker than Batman. That's That's the crystal meth pimp. You know, them girls, they, especially them little young girls in California, they like them crystal meth pimps. So, with that being said, they not really going to prosper or get very far in the game. They're not going to really accomplish anything in the game. The chicks that mess with the crystal meth pimp. You know, things like goals, ambition, inspiration, evolution, motivation. You know, them words is foreign languages to them chicks that mess with the crystal meth pimp. You know, they not even concerned with none of that. They just want to feel good. They want to live, you know, they want to be able to stunt for the gram and not have to do too much. And, you know, the crystal meth pimp, he cool with that. So, yeah, in a nutshell, the crystal meth pimp, he's a wild, reckless boy with no game, no intellect. You know, he ain't got nothing exceptional about himself. You know, he just, the crystal meth pimp, most of them have the ability to make a little bit look like a lot, especially the ones in California. And that's all they need from a chick, like 50 Cent would say, just a little bit. You know, I don't need a bankroll, just a little bit. I don't need a whole trap, just a little bit. You know, they just need just a little bit, and they can make a little bit look like a lot. But you know, some of the crystal meth pimps ain't like that. Some of the crystal meth pimps is just dusty. A lot of them crystal meth pimps look like they've been working on cars. A lot of them crystal meth pimps, if you shake they damn hand, man, you don't know what cringe is, and I don't even be using words like cringe, but you don't know what cringe is until you shake a crystal meth pimp's hand by accident. You know, you in a circle of pimps, you walk up, you bounce out, you shaking everybody's hand. Oh, what's up, P? Whoop, good seeing you, man. How you been, P? You shaking everybody's hand, and then you get to that crystal meth pimp, and you shake his hand, and it's like, what did I just touch? What did I do? The crystal meth pimp hands is sweaty, cruddy. You know, you might have just got out the shower and went to the track and shook Pimp's hands. When you shake that crystal meth pimp hand, you might say, all right, y'all, man, hey, I got to go handle some business, man. I'm going to be back. I'll pull up on y'all in a minute later on. You might want to go back home and take a shower after you shake that crystal meth pimp's hand. And all he touched was your hand, but your whole body going to feel dirty. You're going to feel like you have to get in the shower right now. You know how like when you got to go number 2, when you got to drop a deuce on them, and you out in public somewhere, you just stop what you're doing and you like hurry up and get in the car and burn rubber to the crib because you got to hurry up and get on that toilet. That's how you feel when you shake a crystal meth pimp hand. You got to hurry. You got to stop what you're doing. You got to get in the car and burn rubber to the crib because you got to hurry up, get back in the shower. You just got out the shower before you left the crib, but you got to hurry up, fly back to the crib and jump in the shower again because that crystal meth pimp hand was so dirty and you so mad at yourself. And the whole time you in the shower, you're going to be apologizing to yourself because you know you didn't have no business shaking that man's hand. And then after you take a shower, freshen up, go back to the blade, go back to the pimp circle. Now you paying attention. You know what I mean? And when you pay attention and you see what you see, you're going to be even madder at yourself for not paying attention the first time and not picking up on it the first time. But the crystal meth pimp hands got dirt all under his nails. You know what I mean? You know how the palm of your hand, like if you look at the palm of your hand right now, you know how you got all them different lines and creases in the palm of your hand and in your fingers, the parts where your fingers bend, your joints and everything. You see all them lines in your hands? The crystal meth pimp hands, all them lines got dirt in them. All them lines is filled up with dirt. All them lines is darker than what they supposed to be because they dirty. You know what I mean? The crystal meth pimp fingernails are black. Underneath his fingernails are black. He looked like he been working on cars. He looked like he been doing oil changes and changing brakes and all that type. He looked like he'd been doing that all day, and then after work he just came to the track. Didn't wash his hands, didn't take a shower. He just, he might have sprayed some cologne on. He might have put some deodorant over the funk. Some people do that. Some people think that they could put deodorant over funk and you ain't gonna smell the funk no more. No, you just gonna smell funk and deodorant. You know what I mean? Get your ass in the shower. But the crystal meth pimp, that's what they do, man. They gonna man. But they hands be cruddy, man. And I done made the mistake and shook a crystal meth pimp hands before, man. I didn't know no better, man. And I'm still apologizing to myself. And it's probably been years now, you know what I mean? It been at least 6 months, a year, 2 years. I'm still apologizing to myself, man. Cause I be having flashbacks. And I gotta apologize to myself like, freeze, man. I apologize to me, man. I apologize to myself, man. I should have known better. I should have observed and stayed preserved until I seen who deserved the handshake, like my brother Sinful the P would say. Man, freeze, I apologize to you, man. I apologize to myself, man. Never again, man. Never again. You know what I mean? Hey, man, the crystal meth pimp hands is dirty. And it's crazy because, like I said, the crystal meth pimp, some of them know how to make a little bit look like a whole lot. So just imagine somebody that got a nice chain on. His chain looked like it might cost 25, 30,000. He got a nice Rolex on. He got some Gucci sneakers on or some Louboutins on. Everything designer. He walking around with, a good 50,000 worth of jewelry and clothing on his body, but his hands is just dirty as hell. You know what I mean? Or he ain't shaved, like his face is all scruffy, or his hair stink. You ever walk past somebody and get a whiff of their hair? Ugh. That's the crystal meth pimp. You know what I mean? Some of them be having dreads, or some of them be having braids, but they just got hair on their head and their hair stink. And you walk past their ass and smell their hair. You know what I mean? Ugh. That's the crystal meth pimp, man. They just be dirty and funky and just ugh. Yeah, man. That's the crystal meth pimp, man. They just ugh. A lot of them is like that. Man. Phew. Start having flashbacks, boy. Let's see. It's 180 of y'all in here, man, but you mean to tell me only 154 of y'all done wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain? Man, do me a favor. Wipe your feet off when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button while I hydrate my pimping one more time. All right, man. So among the dope fiend pimps, first we broke down the lover boy pimp. Then we start going down the line of different dope fiend pimps. You have the lean pimp that we discussed. You have the crystal meth pimp that we just discussed. Now we're going to talk about the powder pimp, the coke pimp. Man, it's a lot of coke pimps out there too. You know what I mean? It's a lot of coke pimps out there too, man. And the coke pimp, he bears a lot of similarities to the lean pimp because like the lean pimp, the coke pimp, his habit is expensive. His habit might not be as expensive as the lean pimps. It depends on the intake too. You know, you got some coke pimps that spend a lot of money on coke. Well, either way it go, you're gonna spend a lot of money because coke ain't cheap. But yeah, the cocaine pimp, you know, he's often accepted by a lot of people in the game too. A lot of times the cocaine pimp can be fly and be cool and, you know, accepted largely in part due to the fact that his habit is expensive. You know what I mean? But the behaviors of the coke pimp are a lot different than the lean pimp. While both of their habits are expensive, their behaviors are drastically different in a lot of ways. You know, man, the coke pimp, he a wild boy too. You know, like the meth pimp is a wild boy, the coke pimp, he a wild boy too. Yeah, the coke pimp, you know, one thing about the coke pimp, they're fearless in a lot of ways. And not just fearless when it comes to danger, but fearless when it comes to opinions. You know, the coke pimp, he might walk up to the pimp circle with some powder on his nose, and he don't really care what nobody thinks. You know, now, of course, a gentleman in the circle, if a pimp walk up to the circle, got some powder in his nose, you know, one of the gentlemen in the circle, he's going to be gentleman enough to say, hey, P, man, you might want to get that. You got a little something on your nose, man. You might want to get that. Cool, P, man. Man, P, woo! My bad, P, man. Pimp was out here moving fast days like that, man. Shit, I'm moving so fast, man. Pimp, I ain't even check my pimping when I get out the car, man. I'm supposed to look in the mirror and be like, bam, okay, cool, I'm good, man. I ain't even do that when I got out the car, man. I did not look in the mirror, Pimp. Excuse my pimping, man. Man, good looking out, man. Shit. Good thing did none of these hoes see me with this shit on my nose, man. Shit, man. I'm about to blew my whole stable, Pimp. That's the coke pimp. Oh, man. Yeah, that's the cocaine pimp. You know, he like I said, he's fearless in the way of he don't really care what people think. Yeah, so y'all wild in the comments, y'all funny. But yeah, man, the coke pimp, man, like the lean pimp, another thing that they have in common is, you know, the coke pimp, he don't care about this hoe's trap. He don't care about stacking it. He don't care about, you know, saving for a rainy day. He don't care about making investments. He just want to feel good and be fly. You know, and it's crazy because it be these guys, it be guys like the lean pimp and the coke pimp that will have chicks paying the shit out of them. I'm talking about bringing it back in hunks and chunks, and they just blow through the money. And I don't know, you know, now that I think about it, man, as I think about it, some chicks probably like that. Some chicks like seeing they folks just blow they trap on expensive shit and being able to say, yeah, I did that. I think some chicks really like that. They, you know, they don't want to give they trap to a pimp that's, you know, wise with money, good at managing money. You know, he ain't gonna just blow it on things that are frivolous and perishable and don't matter. You know, some chicks don't, you know, I guess that's too boring for some. You know, they don't want to pay nobody like that. They want to pay somebody that's, you know, fast and living for the moment. Ain't thinking about tomorrow, don't care about tomorrow. Yeah. I think some chicks like paying guys like that because them guys, man, some of them, not all of them, you know, you got every type of pimp who everybody get a turn. But some of them coke pimps, man, some of them be, you know, having chicks that pay the hell out of them. You know what I mean? Now, one thing I didn't mention about the lean pimp that can also, be in common with the coke pimp. Some of these guys be having game. They just stumbled upon a bad habit. Some of these guys be having some real game for a 304, to empower her and enable her to touch dough that she wasn't able to touch before. Some of these coke pimps are like that. They come equipped with a whole lot of game. Some of I ain't gonna even lie to you. Some of my favorite pimps have been coke pimps. Some of the guys that I admired the most. Because a lot of the pimps from the 70s that are or were old enough to be my father, a lot of them were cocaine pimps. Back in that generation, it was just, it was a lot more acceptable. It was a lot more common. So I like I said, some of my favorite guys have been the coke pimps. But it's certain coke pimps that come to mind that, when they left up out of here, man, they got a little older and that shit caught up to them, all that fast living and, man, heart failure, dialysis, all their organs just, one by one going bad on them. They waiting for organ transplants and, it's just, man, a lot of them cats did when they was younger, they was going hard on that powder and they didn't stop and they was doing it until they got up out of here, man. Hey, man, they go through some changes when they get older. If they've been doing it from the time they was young to the time they old, hey, man, it's ugly. It's ugly, man. It make me sad kind of just thinking about certain individuals, man, who I seen go out like that, and it look real good when you young and you might toot a little bit. And see, that's one thing, like I said, see, some of the things that make a cocaine pimp cool are different from the things that make a lean pimp cool. See, the lean pimp, he gonna fall asleep on you. If you in the pimp circle, the lean pimp, he gonna go to his car, take a nap, you know what I mean? And, you ain't gonna be able to pop it with him till he's sober. But the cocaine pimp, he's up, he's vibrant, he's talking fast, he popping it. He might give you some game about something. You know what I mean? He's motivational. He might tell you about how one of his peoples, he laced her with this game and she went and hit this lick behind it and all, and they got personality. They real vibrant. The cocaine pimp, they cool in a lot of different ways, man. They funny as hell. I ain't never knew a cocaine pimp that wasn't funny. That wasn't going to make you die laughing. You know what I mean? The cocaine pimps are hilarious. So, they just real cool in a lot of ways. But like I said, it's just unfortunate because they gonna blow a lot of money on that cocaine. And, they gonna destroy themselves physically and mentally, but especially physically. And if they never stop, if they never put the powder down, man, the way they end up going out of here a lot of times be real miserably. They leave in a real miserable way, man. So, and then again, like I said, you have certain chicks that be down for them type of dudes, that go hard and pay the hell out of them. And in the end, they don't have nothing to show for it. And see, another difference between the lean pimp and the cocaine pimp is, the lean pimp, you got some that probably do, but most of the lean pimps don't turn their women on to the lean and they sipping together. The lean pimp, that's something that he either do with his partners or he do by himself. But, like I said, I'm sure there's some exceptions where you got lean pimps that turn they folks on to the lean too and they sipping together and all that type of stuff. But, that's not very common amongst the lean pimps. Now the cocaine pimp, a lot of them gonna turn their ladies on the cocaine too. And it just a lot of bad things come from that. When a chick in the game is on powder, hey man, a lot of bad things come from that, man. She might, on one hand, some good things can come from it because, a lot of tricks, especially a lot of the pink foot tricks, the tricks with pink feet. You know who I'm talking about. A lot of those guys, they love the powder. So if you a chick in the game that also loves the powder, you gonna come across a lot of those guys that if you do powder with them, and you don't have no game, if you don't have the game to break on them without indulging with them, you can easily indulge with them and, come up in a big way. But like I said, it's just a lot of bad that comes with it too. Because when you under the influence of that stuff, you get real desperate, you get real reckless, you can draw the wrong kind of attention to yourself, put yourself in compromising situations, it's just a lot. It's things that you wouldn't do if you wasn't under the influence. Now that you're under the influence, you're a lot more reckless, you're a lot more careless. It just, it's unfortunate. But that's something that happens with a lot of the powder pimps. A lot of the powder pimps turn they women because, a lot of chicks, powder, that's amongst the chicks, that's like a lot of females' favorite thing to do. They'll take the powder over anything, So, yeah, it's just that's one thing that's unfortunate with the powder pimps, man. But like I said, out of all the dope fiend pimps, the powder pimp is probably the most likable. The lean pimps are likable too, but I would have to say the powder pimps are probably the most likable dope fiend pimps. Out of all the various different kinds of dope fiend pimps, the powder pimp is probably the most likable. You know what I mean? 'Cause I can't even lie. Like I done got some cold game from some powder pimps. You know what I mean? I done had my coattail pulled in some cold ways by the powder pimps. You know what I mean? So it's just unfortunate that, that had to have a hold of them. But hey, it is what it is. So like I said, we done broke down the lover boy pimp. We done broke down of several different dope fiend pimps. The lean pimp, the crystal meth pimp, the cocaine pimp. Now, I'm gonna venture away from the dope fiend pimps for a minute because I done spent a lot of time on the dope fiend pimps and I didn't think about it before I got into it. I probably should have saved the dope fiend pimps for last because I can make a whole 5-hour video just talking about nothing but dope fiend pimps. And there's various other kinds of pimps that I want to talk about, that are not dope fiend pimps or, they could be a variation, combination of that and something else. But I want to, we're going to step away from it for a minute. And if we got time, we'll come back to the dope fiend pimps. Cause like I said, I could make a whole series. I could make a whole BMF powered, universe series, about dope fiend pimps. I go on and on and on because there's so many different kinds. And, I've summarized even the ones that I've talked about so far. I could go longer with each one that I done talked about so far. So we've talked about the lover boy pimps. We've talked about the dope fiend pimps. Now we're going to talk about the Bob Barker pimps, the Monty Hall pimps, the Let's Make a Deal pimps. We're going to talk about the Dealmaker pimps. Hey, man. Hey. And to a lot of chicks in the game, hey, man, the Dealmaker pimp is they dream. A lot of chicks dream about the Dealmaker pimps because, you know, they make it so easy. They make it so easy for the chick. See, man, the Dealmaker pimp. Now, this is one thing I'll say about the Dealmaker pimp too. A lot of times, man, hey, the Dealmaker pimp, what they ain't gonna tell you about is while they may make it look real good, you know, Dealmaker pimps, a lot of them make it look real good. They make it look like they just really mashing, and they might check a lot of money, but they just make it look like they just really mashing, and they just, you know, they really, really pimping like that, and they just doing it so big. But guess what? Hey, man, the Dealmaker pimps get taken advantage of a lot. The Dealmaker pimp is going to get played a whole lot because guess what? The Dealmaker pimp, out of all the 31 flavors of pimping, the Dealmaker pimp is probably the biggest sucker of all. Yeah, the Dealmaker pimp is probably the biggest sucker out of all the different flavors of pimping. I would have to say the Dealmaker pimp is the biggest sucker. You know, he's the most easily taken advantage of. So he's going to get played a lot. He's going to get worked a whole lot, the Dealmaker pimp, because a lot of times he's going to try to make a deal with a chick, and the chick is going to agree to the deal. And, you know, a lot of times the Dealmaker pimp, they gotta play their hand first. The Dealmaker pimp, most of the time, he got to play his hand before she play her hand. And guess what usually happens? Dealmaker pimp play his hand, and then when it's time for her to play her hand, she done took the chips and ran. She done collected her poker chips and ran. You know what I mean? And he ain't gonna never see or hear from her ever again. You know? See, the Dealmaker pimps, they the ones that's gonna fly you out. You know what I mean? And a lot of times when the Dealmaker pimp fly you out, hey, a lot of the chicks, like I've seen this happen before, right? I've seen a Dealmaker pimp fly a chick in, pay for the plane ticket, and then when she land, he doesn't see or hear from her. He at the terminal waiting. He calling her. She not answering the phone. He looking at the flight. You know, they got that screen. He might go to the self-parking, jump out after he been waiting like 30 minutes. He go to the self-parking, jump out, go inside. You know, they got that screen with all the itineraries on it, all the planes that landed, all the planes that's taking off, the departures, the arrivals. He looking at the arrivals. He like, okay, flight 16304, Gamed Up Airlines. Okay, she supposed to be at Carousel 16. Okay, let me go. He go over there to Carousel 16. It's just one piece of luggage on there that just keeps circling around. And that piece of luggage that keeps circling around, that's somebody who put their luggage, they checked their bags, but then they went to the bathroom and missed their flight. When the flight was boarding, they was in the bathroom taking a shit, and they didn't get up off the toilet in time, and they missed their flight. And, you know, they bag made it to their destination, but they didn't. So, you know, the Dealmaker pimp, he go to Carousel 16. He looking for the broad. He see that one piece of luggage circling around, and ain't nobody standing by the carousel because everybody done collected their luggage already, including the broad that he bought the ticket for. You know what I mean? But guess what she done did? She might have went with her renegade buddies. You know what I mean? That was a part of the plan the whole time. She's like, oh yeah, girl, I got this dude out there. Oh, you in Miami? Oh yeah, I got this dude out there, Monty Hall to P, Bob Barker to P. He want me to come out there so bad and mess with him. He been in my DM constantly, girl. you know what? I'm gonna have him buy me a ticket out there, and I'm gonna come link up with you, girl. We gonna trap it out together. We gonna have a good time. We gonna party. You know, I know some tricks out there that got a yacht. You know, we gonna go party on their yacht. We gonna do it up, girl. I'm gonna hit you when I land. And that's what she did with his ticket. You know, she sold him a dream. You know, she made it seem like she was gonna hold up a storm when she touched down. He went for it. He bought the ticket. You know, she even though she got money, she sold him a dream, gave him a sob story like, damn, you know, that's what I get for always trying to link up with bitches, man, and trying to trap with them. They always do me wrong. What, girl? What happened? Man, I was over here, you know, this girl, you know, she just got out of jail. She didn't have nothing. So, you know, I let her come trap with me. And, you know, I went to go on an out call and I left her in the room, you know, by herself. And when I came back, she done took my money. She found out where I stashed my money. You know, I put my money in the coffee pot and, you know, she figured out where my money was. You know, I had like $3,500 in there and she took all my trap and, you know, she done ran off with the rental. The rental is in my name. I don't know where she's at. I ain't got money to pay for my room tomorrow. Damn, I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, girl, you know what? Don't even trip. I'm finna buy you a ticket right now. Nah, don't do that. Don't, you tripping. Don't do that. Nah, bitch, you know you supposed to be mine anyway. You know, this is the game way of telling you, you know, you need to be out here with me. Don't even trip. I'm finna buy your ticket right now. Gosh, you just be, man. Whole time this is what she wanted to do, but she playing hard to get, you know, like, you ain't even gonna ask a bitch, huh? You just gonna buy my ticket, huh? Yeah, you know that's what you want me to do anyway, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm finna buy this ticket. You know what I mean? You gonna get out here, I'm finna mash on your ass, though. You know what I mean? Shit. You know, I got a whole bunch of wifeys over here for you. You know what I mean? We got all the, you know, the cocktail, everything that you like to do. You know what I mean? We got the pool. You know what I mean? 6-bedroom mansion, you know what I mean? Overlooking the water. Yeah, you know what I mean? You gonna get out here, we're gonna do our thing, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, this the game making way so you could be my bitch like you was supposed to have been a long time ago, though. You dig? You just be popping it, though, daddy. You just be popping it. Yeah, I know, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, I see a bitch I like, though. You know, I just gets to popping it, though. That's what I do, though. Yeah. Hey, look at your email. Okay, hold on. Let me look at my email. Okay, I see the confirmation right here. Oh, dang, I'm leaving at 6 a.m. It's already 1 o'clock. Dang. Yeah, hey, yeah. You know, I ain't want to waste no time. I'm trying to see my bitch as soon as possible, though. You know what I mean? Daddy, you so funny. You just want a bitch bad, don't you? Yeah, I do, though. For real, though. You know what I mean? She done played the whole role on his ass. Then he get to the airport, like I said, he had carousel 16. He had carousel 16. He watching that one piece of luggage just keep on circling around the carousel, you know? And she long gone. She over there with her renegade buddies. You know, that's the Dealmaker pimp. He gonna go through that a lot. But, you know, a lot of times it's gonna work out for the Dealmaker pimp too. You know, Dealmaker pimps, they do a whole lot they do more to have a chick than you would do for a Klondike bar. You know what I mean? For real, though. The Dealmaker pimp, he gonna pull out all the stops. Yeah, the Dealmaker pimp, he gonna buy her a plane ticket to him. He gonna buy her a Greyhound ticket to him. The Dealmaker pimp, you know, she might say to him like, yeah, you know, after I pay my rent, you know, I'm gonna start getting your fee together and I'm gonna come to you. He gonna be like, well, how much is your rent? It's $1,600 a month. How you pay it? You pay it online? Yeah, I got the portal online that I log into and I pay it. Yeah, send me the login information. I got you. I'm finna take care of that. Damn, daddy, for real? You know, I want to prove that I'm really trying to mess with you, though. Can I at least, you know, go get you some money? Nah, you know, I already know you're going to do all that. You know, don't even trip. I know you good for it. You know, you're going to really mess with my pimping the way you supposed to. You know, don't even trip. You know, just send me the login info. I'm finna take care of that. You know, you can get on your way on over here, though. You dig? That's the Dealmaker pimp going to do. The Dealmaker pimp, he is going to he gonna go in the club and make it rain on the broad. You know what I mean? Because he can't spark her interest by having a conversation with her. He can't spark her interest by, just being himself and, using himself as his best campaign. Nah, he can't, he can't speak for himself as good as his money can speak for him. Right? He's not as interesting to a broad as his money is. So, the Dealmaker pimp, he gonna go in the club and he gonna make it rain. And he gonna have, several bottles of champagne at his table. He's sitting at the table by himself. He got several bottles of champagne because he know that's gonna attract. That's like bees to honey. 304s of champagne. They coming. They see them bottles and they see him with his jewelry on and his designer, everything on. They coming. So, all the bras gonna flock to his table. And then, when certain ones go on the stage, he gonna make it rain. His club campaign is cold. His club campaign is something else, man. So once he gets her attention like that, then, he got just enough to say to get her to mess with him. Deal makers, they get chicks like that. Deal makers, and then some deal makers, they not gonna really go hard on the chick even after she get there, even after he done did whatever kind of compromising he done had to do in order to get her in his household. Even after she get there, she ain't gonna have to really go hard all the time like that. He might have a program where, she only got to work like, 3 days out the week, or, she might only have to work, 4 hours in a day or 2 hours in a day, and, he make up for the rest of it himself because he hustling too, or he doing whatever he do himself. So, she don't have to go hard. She don't have to really get mashed on like that. But yeah, the deal makers, man, they something else. They basically gonna do all the compromising. They gonna, they might even have like a 50-50 deal with her or a 60-40 deal, where she give him 60% of the trap and keep 40 for herself, or, it's a divided situation like that. The deal maker cats, they got all kind of things going on, man. So you have the lover boy pimps, you have the dope fiend pimps, you have the deal makers, and a very close cousin to the deal maker is the businessman pimp. We're going to talk about the businessman pimp, man. So let me hydrate my pimping before we get into it, man. Let's see. You mean to tell me, man, there's 218 of y'all up in here, but only 194 of y'all done wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain? Hey, man, wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button. Divine, you stupid. Definitely described 90% of Vegas. Hey, man, you think that's something? Hey, wait till you hear this deal. You already know. I mean, that's the deal makers I just broke down. Wait till you hear about the businessman pimps. It's a whole bunch of them in Vegas and beyond, too. Hold on. Yeah, them businessmans, it's a whole bunch of them. Okay. Now, the businessman pimp. Hold on, let me see some. Right, like supposed the prince saying the words are sinful. Just because she gave you some money don't mean she chose in totality. That's real talk. Yeah, man. So the businessman pimp, right? Out of all the different kinds of pimps, all the 31 flavors of pimping, man, I don't know, man. It's some pretty hilarious characters out there, but the businessman pimps, man, they really make me laugh. It's just certain ones that come to mind right now, man. And they really are hilarious to me. See, the businessman pimps are so funny because they just think they got so much game. They just think they the best thing since sliced bread to a hoe. Because, they know all about cryptocurrency. They know all about day trading, and they know all these different kind of investment moves to make, and they know how to set up an LLC. You know what I mean? They know how to incorporate a bitch. They just, man, they just be popping it like they are just so gamed up. And they do have some information in those areas, right? And they whole pitch to a chick is like, oh yeah, you want to be working on the track forever. You gonna be beating your feet on the concrete. But what you gonna do with the money though? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you messing with these dudes that just all they want to do is mash on you, but they don't know what to do with the money. They don't know how to flip the money. They don't know how to take your whole dough and turn $1 into $10,000 into $100,000. They don't know what to do with your money. And it'd be funny too, because a lot of these businessman pimps that I'm talking about that come to mind right now, they have knowledge about a bunch of stuff that they ain't never did. They ain't never invested in crypto and like made a whole bunch of money. They might make 500, 1,000, on a good day, 5,000, but they ain't never did none of the stuff they talking about. They got a whole bunch of real estate game that they ain't ever put to the test. They ain't ever bought no real estate and flipped it and invested and, bumped their head and learned and had to figure it out. And they ain't, they just, see, this is what a lot of them businessman pimps do, right? Just like you have, like it's certain tricks out there, right? It's certain known tricks out there that watch me, they watch Sinful the Peace channel, they watch Andre Taylor's channel, and they get a little bit of game and they think they have enough game to pimp, and now they don't want to trick no more. They start talking like pimps, they start acting like pimps, and then they might even convince a girl who's stupid enough to be they hoe, and then they really start feeling like they pimps, but you really a trick the whole time, right? And you got your game off the internet. You've never been around pimps. Pimps wouldn't even accept you in a circle. You didn't get your game from being outside. You got your entire game from the internet. Now I can see if, the internet sparked your interest and then you went outside, you started rubbing elbows with the pimp, and then you seen you really had it, and, but no. You got some guys that just watch YouTube, go surf Instagram lives, and that's how they get their game, and all of a sudden they pimping. You just was dating somebody. You just was somebody's regular. You know what I mean? Now you're trying to be somebody's everything. You're trying to be somebody's folks. But on that same token, the businessman pimp, he's never invested in real estate, but he watches what's the name of, like, them makeover, them home makeover shows. They got one TV, my mom's be watching all them shows. Whenever I go over my mom's house, that's what she watching. Them shows where, they got the one, it's like a couple did they remodel homes. They take flopped homes and flip them and all that. And then they got the twin brothers. I forget their name. The name of their show. The twin brothers did be flipping houses and real estate and all that. Can't remember the name of them damn shows, man. I know somebody gonna end up saying it. But yeah, you know, they watch them type of shows, and now all of a sudden they a real estate guru. Now all of a sudden they a master at, you know, flipping real estate. But they ain't bought their first piece of property yet. And right, flip this house. There we go. You know, stuff like that. You know, they watching TV shows like that, or, you know, they watch Vanilla Ice talk about how he was flipping homes. Hey man, hey, unicorn, exactly. Digital pivot. You know, they learned what a digital pivot was, and they ain't never even did no digital pivot. They ain't never even had no digital pivot. They ain't put no digital pivot to the test. But they learned a new term, digital pivot, and they just think they, you know, they think they're an early adopter, man. They think they one of the first people up on it. And they get, you know how certain people are. We've all been like that at some point in our life, where we learn some new information and we're so excited about this new information that we want to show everybody that we know something that they don't know. We familiar with something that they not familiar with. Look what I know. Look what I figured out. Look what I learned. You know, that's how some of these guys be. That's how the businessman pimp is. A lot of them. You know, a lot of these businessman pimps, you know, they get on and they follow certain crypto whales on Instagram or TikTok or something like that, and they think they got the whole crypto game down. They done paid for one of these crypto dudes, these crypto gurus on YouTube or something like that. They done paid for they $5,000 course on how to flip crypto, and you know, now they know all about crypto, and they ain't done nothing. They paid for this expensive ass course, but they ain't put none of the information that they learned from this course to the test. So they don't even know if this information works for real. You know, they just, you know, got sold a dream, and they so excited about this new information that they know that they all of a sudden crypto wizards, but they ain't put none of this information to the test. So, like I said, some of these businessmen pimps, they got some game, but the substance of their game is questionable, because a lot of them haven't put the game that they have to the test. That's one thing, right? Then another thing, they don't have no game for a hoe or how to be a better hoe. You know, they just have game on how to make investments, but you know, that don't make you no pimp. Just because you know how to move money, you know how to save money, you know how to invest money, that doesn't mean that you are a pimp or that you can be a good pimp. And that's what a lot of these businessman dudes, they call themselves pimps. A lot of these businessman pimps, that's what they don't understand. You know what I mean? A lot of them are just nerds that like ladies in the game, and they figure that's going to be their angle. That's how they going to knock chicks, is by convincing them that they could take one whole dollar and turn it into $1 million whole dollars with this harebrained scheme that they got. You know what I mean? And they don't understand that, you know, real hoes like hoeing. You know? And you got some young hoes that understand that they're young and they in the best years of their life, and they want to spend the best years of their life mashing and going hard. And they want to, you know, they want to hand it over to the right P that's going to make some wise moves with it and make life better for them. But at the same time, they want somebody that's going to help them navigate through the game and be the best 304 that they can be. And just because you're a good businessman don't mean that you're going to be a good pimp. You know, right. Boyce Watkins the P. Hold on. This damn thing. Oh shit. Oh damn. Okay. Excuse my pimping. But yeah, a lot of these cats is Boyce Watkins the P, man. They think because they financial literacy is so on point, because they done went to Dr. Boyce financial literacy online school, that now they the perfect businessman because they financially literate now, and they the best thing since sliced bread to a hoe. But they don't understand pimping and hoeing. They may understand business to a certain extent, but they don't understand pimping and hoeing. And they try to look at pimping and hoeing like it's strictly a business. But the thing about pimping and hoeing that distinguishes it from any other kind of business, you know how they say in most businesses is business not personal? Pimping and hoeing is business as well as personal. People may deny it. They might want to, try to say otherwise, but that's the truth. Pimping and hoeing is business and personal. It's business as well as personal. If you open a hair salon with somebody, that's business. But you don't have to have a personal relationship with that person in order for that hair salon to be successful. You got a good business relationship, but you don't have you might not even have really a personal relationship like that. Just keep it strictly business, and it'll work out, and it can thrive, and it can do well. You might open a real estate agency with somebody, and y'all don't even see each other. You might live in Boston, and they might live in Portland, Oregon. Y'all on opposite ends of the country, and y'all run a real estate business together, and y'all hardly even see each other. You might see each other 3 or 4 times a year. So you have a great business relationship, but your personal relationship ain't really there. And that's okay, because your business still thrives because you have such a good business relationship. Pimping and hoeing, on the other hand, hey man, it's business as well as personal. Cause see, this is how pimping and hoeing works. Back to the real estate agent business venture, right? Let's say the partner in Boston catches a DUI. He gets pulled over. He's under the influence. He's intoxicated. He go to jail for DUI. His bail is $2,000, but he didn't have his money on him when he went to jail, so he can't bail himself out, or he just doesn't have the wherewithal to bail himself out. He can't be mad at his business partner, or he might even be embarrassed to call his business partner and say, "Hey, partner, I'm in jail right now for DUI. I need you to bail me out. Please do me this solid. I'll pay you back when I get out." He might be embarrassed to tell his business partner that, because he's ashamed that he even got a DUI. Damn, I don't want to call my business partner. That's gonna make me look bad. Pimping and hoeing, on the other hand, if the hoe catch a DUI and call Pimpin from jail and be like, "Daddy, I caught a DUI. I need you to come bail me out." It's the opposite end of the spectrum. It's gonna look crazy for the pimpin to not bail her out, because that's his hoe, that's his business partner, but they have a personal relationship as well. So the pimpin gonna look crazy if he don't bail his chick out of jail when she catch a DUI. You know what I mean? Even though, just like with the real estate situation, that DUI wasn't, they didn't get that DUI in the process of handling business. You know, the 304, she didn't get the DUI in the process of handling business neither. But the relationship between the 304 and the pimping is different than the relationship between two real estate business partners, because pimping and hoeing has a personal relationship as well as a business relationship, right? So, yeah, pimping gonna bail her out because not only, you know, is this my business partner, but this my bitch. It's my hoe. So hell yeah, I'm finna go bail her out. And like I said, the businessman pimp, he doesn't understand that aspect of the game. He doesn't understand that pimping and hoeing is business as well as personal. So his whole pitch to the 304 is going to be about business, but it ain't got nothing to do with like personal. Him trying to get her to choose, it don't have nothing to do with like them having a connection with each other, them being able to trust each other, them, you know, respecting each other on a personal level, you know, understanding each other's roles and respecting each other accordingly. You know, the businessman pimp, he don't have no concept of that. So the businessman pimp, he might convince a chick or two to get with him and, you know, get involved with his, you know, harebrained schemes. But, you know, it just, you know, the businessman pimp, he gonna get played a lot too. Because another thing about a lot of these businessman pimps, you know, they are very nice to 304s to a fault. You know, because pimping, we all understand. See, this is what the businessman pimp don't understand that the pimps understand. That you know, the other flavors of pimping understand. That hoe gonna try you. It is inevitable. She is going to try you. She gonna try to play you. She gonna try to get over on you. She's gonna try you as far as your respect. She gonna try to take your respect steps further than she should and see how much disrespect you gonna take. You know, and a lot of times it don't even be intentional. It's just in their nature. And then sometimes if it is intentional, she want to see if you're gonna be a man. You know, some chicks will try you just to see how much of a man you are. You know, because they want to know that they dealing with a real man. They want to know that they not dealing with no buster. So they going to try you. And according to how you respond when they try you, you know, that's going to determine a whole lot as far as how y'all's relationship going to be moving forward. And a lot of times them businessman pimps, when the 304 try them, they gonna go for the tactics. They gonna fall for it. They gonna respond in a nice guy type of way. You know, they gonna hand their balls over for the sake of this business moving forward. So a lot of times the personal part don't matter. She can disrespect the businessman pimp. She could talk crazy to the businessman pimp. She could have a boyfriend on the side with the businessman pimp and he's not even gamed up enough or observant enough or sharp enough or enough of a chess player to figure out that she got a boyfriend on the side, because pimping gonna figure that out. But the boyfriend pimp, I mean, not the boyfriend, excuse me. The businessman pimp, he ain't even sharp enough or fast enough to figure that out, because he's a nice guy. You know, he's a sweetheart. So, yeah, man, the businessman pimp, man, they gonna neglect a whole lot of areas of pimping. You know, they might know how to make investments with the hoes trap, and you know they might be able to flip money, or you know they might sound good when it comes to that. But see, this is the thing with the businessman pimp too, right? Another thing a lot of businessman pimps don't understand is that just as well as game, just as well as knowledge, you have to have wisdom. In the businessman pimp, they get so wrapped up in the information that they have, they don't think about wisdom. They don't think about how crucial wisdom is to their situation. You know, they don't think about how with these different business ventures that they talking about that they ain't never put to the test, that they've never endeavored to follow through with. They might have learned a whole bunch of information about real estate, but there's certain things that only experience can teach you. You know, this crash course that you took online, that you paid this real estate guru on the internet $5,000 or $2,000 or $1,000, however much for, you know, that course doesn't cover you bumping your head. You going through it to get to it. That's what the businessman pimp don't understand. Hey man, in whatever business that you endeavoring to go through, whatever investments that you trying to make with this hoe's money and all that, hey, you got to go through it to get to it. You know, you're gonna have to bump your head. You know, you might try to invest in something and take a L. But when you take that financial L, it's a wisdom gain. You taking a financial L, but you taking a wisdom W. You winning on the wisdom part, you know, because damn, okay, you know, see this is what a wise person gonna understand. You know, it's a little piece of property that I can get that's kind of cheap. You know, I'm gonna do my first property like this. You know, I'm gonna use this first property as a learning experience. You know, it ain't gonna cost me that much. So if I do take a L, it's not gonna hurt me too much. And I'm gonna be able to learn from it. So I'm gonna make my investment like this. Okay, and then okay, I learned this. I didn't know this. I didn't know that. Now I know this. Now I know that. Okay, cool. Let me buy my second property. You know, or same thing with the crypto. You know, I learned a whole bunch of information, but I ain't got no wisdom pertaining to this. So I'm only gonna invest a little bit of money and see how it works. Then when I understand it better, I'm a put some more money into it. A lot of them businessmen pimps, they don't understand that. So because they don't understand that when it comes to their business, guess what else they don't understand it about when it comes to the game, when it comes to pimping and hoeing. They don't understand the wisdom aspect of it. So, and then they don't understand the knowledge aspect of the game neither. As far as, you know, guiding this hoe in her hoeing. You might understand how to take her money and invest it in some businesses, but you don't know how to guide her and make her a better hoe, which has a lot to do with making her a better woman. You know, you don't know how to empower her as a hoe. You don't know how to, you know, lace her when it comes to her protecting herself with the game. You don't know how to lace her as far as how to, you know, handle herself in pressure type situations. You know, it's just so much that the businessman pimp, he don't know. So any chick that chooses him is going to be at a disadvantage in her hoeing. Yeah, he might be able to take your money and do some things with it. But, you know, those investments might fail. They might not. But he don't understand how to guide you, how to help you evolve as a woman and as a hoe, how to help you grow as a woman and as a hoe. He don't understand that. So, you know, a chick that choose the businessman, she gonna be at a disadvantage in a whole lot of ways, because the businessman pimp, he's so excited about the little business information that he done learned on online that he ain't ever put to the test. He's forgetting about the wisdom. He forgetting about the hoeing. He forgetting about the pimping. All he want to do is take your hoe dough and invest it. You dig? So that's the businessman pimp. Let me hydrate my game one more time. Hey, listen, man. Let me see. Okay, y'all done finally made the likes look like the viewers. It's 225 likes and 221 of y'all watching. But I'm sure that among the 221 of y'all watching, some of y'all probably haven't wiped your feet off at the door. Hey, man, do me a favor. Wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button. Man, I didn't even consider how long this this topic might be. So man, I might have to break this down into several parts, even though we're gonna keep going tonight. But I might have to break this down into several parts because hey man, there's so much to unpack on this topic, man. I didn't even really think about the time. I didn't consider the time aspect of this, like how long it was gonna take to break everything down. But yeah, I might have to make this a series. 31 Flavors of Pimpin' series. You dig? I think I might have to do that. Okay, hold on a second. I got some super chats to shout out. E-books, good looking with the $2 holla, man. Are Macs included in the 31 flavors or just P's? Well, you got some Macs that consider themselves P's too. So, these 31 flavors, man, it just pertains to guys that consider themselves P's. Whether or not you believe they're actually P's, that's up to you to determine for yourself. But whether or not you believe these different categories are P's, these are guys that consider themselves P's. Guys that if you ask them if they a P, they're going to tell you yes, in spite of whatever type of P they may be. You dig? So that's what these 31 flavors is about. You know what I mean? Tyler, good looking with the $2 holla, man. Hit the like button. Yes, indeed. Let me see. E-books, good looking with the $2 holla. Johnny Cash, the husband, a lover boy. I ain't even gonna speak on that individual. It is what it is. I'm gonna just leave that one alone. You could determine that for yourself. Alonzo Crosby, good looking with the $100 holla. Appreciate you. Justin B, good looking with the $10 holla. Deuces to you as well. E Money Ben Trill, good looking with the $10 holla. Cheers to the game. Yes, indeed. Cheers to the game, indeed. Let me see something real quick. Hold on. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all coming through, man. E-books, Tyler, Justin, E-Money Ben Trill, and Alonzo Crosby coming through with the big Benny Ben. Nigga. Yeah, man. So hold on. Let's get back. Hold on. Okay. Damn. Got way behind. Okay. Okay. All right. So we have broken down the lover boy pimps. We have broken down some of, but not all, of the dope fiend pimps. We have broken down the Dealmaker pimps. And most recently, the latest pimp that we've broken down is the businessman pimp. Now, let's see. What flavor is next? Let's see. Who should we break down next? Okay, let's talk. Let's break down. Hold on. Let me see. Freeze, I thought you was about to come on here like Diamond from Crime Mob, talking about now I got 32 flavors of this bootylicious. Hell nah. Hell nah. Nah. Bootylicious pimping is not one of the flavors that I'm talking about. Now, you know, some of these flavors, man, can be debated as to whether or not they actually pimping, but bootylicious pimping, that is not a flavor, man. That is not a flavor of this game, man. Ain't no such thing as no bootylicious pimping, man. Nah. I mean, just think about that. Just think about the just break that down. Just say that to yourself slowly and think about it. Bootylicious pimping. Like, to the ladies in attendance right now. There's almost 200 people in here. I'm sure there's quite a few ladies in here. Can you see yourself paying, staying down for, putting yourself in danger, breaking on strangers? You know, can you see yourself handing it over to a bootylicious pimp? Seriously. Just think about it. Like, you just picture yourself handing your trap over. Like, daddy, your pimping is so bootylicious, I just love it. And you just handing it over. That don't even sound right. Don't let me influence your decision, though. Just really think about that to yourself. Just picture that. You handing it over to a bootylicious pimp. You know what I mean? He might got a chain to say bootylicious to P. You know? Or he got a car in the headrest, say bootylicious on it. You know what I mean? Or the license plate frame of the car say bootylicious on it. You know what I mean? He got pillows that say bootylicious on them. He got shower curtains that say bootylicious on them. He got rugs throughout the house that say bootylicious. Nah, man, come on now. It just don't, you know, it don't go together at all. We can't do that. MC, good looking with the $5 holler. What about the gangbanger pimps? They flooding the game. Yeah, we gonna get to all that. E-Money been trill. Laugh out loud. What about them gigolo peas? The gigolo peas, they kinda are the same as the lover boy peas. Yeah, the gigolo pea is kind of pretty much like the lover boy pea. You might as well say that's the same thing. The gigolo pea and the lover boy pea. But you know, we gonna break all this shit down. So, hold on a second. I don't know why this is doing this. Hold on. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's talk about the gorilla pea, the gorilla pimp. You know, the gorilla pimp is somebody that we done been familiar with for a long time in the game. Gorilla pimps ain't nothing new. They've been around. You know, it's a popular term. You know, even a lot of squares is familiar with the term gorilla pimp. I think it's even some songs that talk about gorilla pimping. You know, it's just, yeah. Yeah, Sweet Talking to P, that will fall under the category of Dealmaker to P, I think. Yeah, the Dealmaker pimp. I think the Sweet Talking pimp will fall under the category of the deal maker, you know, because he just want to tell her what she want to hear, putting ear candy in her ear. But yeah, the gorilla pimp, man, you know, as the name implies, when you think of gorilla, you think of aggression. So with that being said, yeah, the gorilla pimp is definitely going to be aggressive. You know, there are certain gorilla pimps that, you know, one thing about gorilla pimps, they don't take servings well at all. They don't take the news well at all. You know, hold on. Let me see something. Yeah, the gorilla pimp, he ain't accepting that phone call, man. He gonna let you know that when he see the broad, or if he see you, he gonna do something to you. If he see the broad, he gonna do something to the broad. You know, the gorilla pimps, they don't play fair. They don't mind calling you about a female. They don't mind giving you that phone call and knocking you for yours. But boy, when it comes to you knocking them for theirs, oh nah, man, the gorilla pimp, he ain't having that. No, he knocked me for mine. Hell no. Got another thing coming. Yeah, the gorilla pimp, man, he ain't accepting that phone call too well. You know, hold on, I'm trying to find something real quick. What is that shit called? I got it's kind of like a mild example of a gorilla pimp. Hold on. Okay, here we go. I think this is it. Let me see. Wait a minute, that ain't it. Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay, I think this. I think this is it. Okay. Okay, we gonna observe this case of a gorilla pimp. This is somebody. This is an example of a gorilla pimp, you know, who can't take the news too well, like gorilla pimps usually don't. Okay, this is a gorilla pimp getting served. Now I'm gonna give my commentary probably throughout and definitely after. The video is not that long, it's kind of short, but let's give it a listen.
Receiving calls from thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello? Man, how about that shit, Perry?
Man, what's going on, dog?
Shit, man, this A1 the great one, man. You know what I mean? I told you was gonna hear from the pimping again, man.
Yeah, it's all good. I'll be back at it like a crack at it, you know what I'm saying? I will be on the bench heels, you know what I'm talking about?
Man, that's all we can do, man, to stay up at it, man, and, you know, keep this shit going. But I was just letting you know that the bitch ain't missing, man. She up under some proper instructions, man.
It's all good. It's all good. You lucked up.
Yup, it's all good, Peter. You be safe in there, all right?
For sure. I told her she can't come get nothing from that house, though.
All right, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good, Peasy. Whatever it is, shit, man, you know, you can go ahead and throw it away or use it for whatever you're going to use it for. Shit, I'm pretty sure she done got everything that she needed up out of there already, though.
Oh, she already been over there?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm going to break the bitch off when I see her.
Yeah, okay. But, you know, like I said, man, you know, I mean, I'm serving you your papers, man, you know, just so, you know.
Strip the bitch out of everything she got when I see her.
Yeah, I ain't worried about it. You ain't gonna touch the bitch, man. You know, we gonna keep it pimping. If you want to take it there, we can take it there, man. I'm a real pimp, though.
I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, go ahead, P. I ain't worried about it, but you hold it down up in there, man. I'm out here getting money, though. You feel what I'm saying, though, P?
Now, as y'all just observed, this guy with the phone in his hand, he's obviously sitting in the car with the broad, because this is obviously her phone that her now ex-folks is calling from jail, right? So he's sitting in the car in front of the chick, and he's recording this serving, right? So it's definitely something wrong with that because, you know, you making the chick look bigger than the game. You making her look like the biggest prize in the situation. And, you know, that's not pimpish. That's not what you want to do because, you know, when you treat the chick like she's bigger than you and her ex folks and bigger than the game, period, guess what she gonna do? She gonna start acting like she's bigger than you, bigger than the game. She gonna start acting like she's the biggest thing in the situation. And guess what? When she does, that's gonna be your fault because you don't do stuff like this because you make it about her as opposed to being about the game. So that's strike one. The fact that this dude decides to do this in front of the chick and he's recording it. Yeah, bitch, watch this. I'm finna serve him on your phone and I'm gonna record it and post it. And now it's, you know, making its rounds throughout the, you know, game community, you know, different pages is posting shit. So that's strike one. Now, the dude that's in jail who's being served from behind bars, he didn't take the serving too well. You know, when dude let him know that, you know, he ain't got to worry about the chick because she under some new instructions, he says, okay, you know, she can't get nothing up out my house though. Then the dude with the phone in his hand proceeds to let him know that, you know, yeah, whatever you got over there, you know, you could throw it away or use it, whatever you're going to use it for, because I'm pretty sure that she got whatever she needed when she went over there. So dude in jail like, oh, so she done already been by my house. Dude with the phone in his hand is like, hell yeah. So then dude in jail proceeds to say that he's going to break her off when he sees her. Then he proceeds to say after that he's going to strip her of everything when he sees her. Then he proceeds to say that he's going to show the dude with the phone in his hand what he going to do to her when he see her. Right? So that's an example of a gorilla. Somebody who don't take the news well at all. Right? But to be fair to the guy in jail, right? You never know what he's in there facing. I don't know if he's in there for some warrants. I don't know if he's in there for some misdemeanor shit. I don't know if he's facing probation. I don't know if he's facing years behind bars. I don't know if he's facing decades behind bars. I don't know if he's facing all day behind bars, right? So you never know what he's going through, right? So his response, because he's incarcerated, I'm going to excuse him because it's unfair to him because we don't know how he would have responded if he wasn't in this situation because we don't know what kind of pressure he under. And when you under pressure, sometimes people, you know, they respond to things differently. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, we don't know, but that's whatever the case, his response is a guerrilla response, right? You know? So, the dude, well, really both of them, right? This is what I will say. Both of these guys are goofy because the dude with the phone in his hand, he's the goofier between the two because they're both goofy because they both incriminating themselves on this jailhouse phone. Right. So let me tell you how goofy it is. And let me tell you how easy it is to track this dude down. Right. They have this thing that a lot of you, I'm sure, have heard of called Google. Right. These calls, as they tell you when you accept the call, before you accept the call, that these calls are monitored and recorded, which means that they're listening to these phone calls. And they're recording these phone calls, which means they obviously know the phone number that was called, the phone number the phone number to that phone in his hand. The people at the prison or the jail, they know that phone number. So, okay, this conversation is between pimps. They're talking about a prostitute. Okay, let's Google her number and see if she has any ads posted online. Okay, they Google the number. they see who the chick is, right? So it's real easy to track her down. You know what I mean? And by this goofy situation taking place, I'm pretty sure that neither one of them have laced her on how to handle herself when she's under pressure. Because when you're mindful enough and gamed up enough to lace a chick about how to handle herself under pressure, the last thing that you're going to do with that same mindset is invite pressure, unnecessary pressure. Put yourself under pressure unnecessarily, which could potentially lead to her being under pressure unnecessarily. You know, you don't do that when you properly gamed up in this game, right? So, you know, and then they have another thing within Google called image search. So guess what else they can do? They can search these images that are on this girl's ad, that the phone number led them to, and you know, those images might lead to her Instagram. And because this type of goofy stuff is going on, guess what else is probably on her Instagram when they get to it? Interactions between the two of them. I'm pretty sure you can see where this is going by now. You know, it's just a whole goofy situation. Right? And then he makes it even easier by recording this, posting it online, and then he's in the comment section. I ain't gonna say which one he is, but if you was on this post and you were reading the comments, you can put it together that that's him. You know, so he's in the comment section like proud that he made this video, proud that he served this guy over the jail phone, proud that he posted this goofy ass shit. Right? So, I guess what I'm doing right now is I'm breaking down two different flavors of pimping in one description, which is the gorilla pimp and the goofball pimp. The game goofy pimp. Yeah, that's what that is. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, I'm gonna go more in depth about the game goofy pimp after I continue with the gorilla pimp. Yeah, that's what we gonna do. Since I've already touched on kind of 2 in 1, after I finish the gorilla pimp, we gonna talk about the game goofy pimp. Yeah, that's what we gonna do. So, yeah, the gorilla pimp, man, like I said, he is the guy that, you know, he's not going to take a serving well. You know, there are certain gorilla pimps that I know of whose names I'm not going to mention, but there's several gorilla pimps I know of who have, you know, bullied the hoe back. Like, got the phone call, got served, went and seen the dude and took the hoe from that guy. Like, strong-armed her. Like, she's not going nowhere. She ain't messing with you. She gonna stay with me. I wish you would. Try it, see what's gonna happen. You know, yeah, you might want to sit this one down. Yeah, I'm taking her. She's mine. You know, then you got certain gorilla pimps that have deleted pimps who served them. You know, you got some who've tried to delete a pimp for serving them. You know, assaulted a pimp and almost deleted a pimp for trying to serve them. You got all different kinds of scenarios and responses from these gorillas when they get served, man. So, you know, when you ever hear situations about P's not serving certain types of individuals unless they're pimping, this is why. Because, you know, certain guys, gorillas being one of those types of guys, you know, they don't take the serving well, and, you know, pimp don't want to be bothered with that. They don't want to be bothered with the aggression. They don't want to be bothered with the drama. They don't want to have to defend themselves against somebody who, in their eyes, isn't official. So, you know, they rather not just serve that person and, they just, move accordingly. So that's what happens oftentimes, because, them situations can be, potentially dangerous. But yeah, so that's how gorillas are in response to that phone call. Now, another thing about gorillas, they real aggressive with the ladies that they deal with too. Now you got some ladies that, I know some of y'all might find it strange, but you got some ladies that like gorillas. They like gorilla pimps. They gonna push a smooth pimp down. They gonna do a hurdle over a fly pimp. They gonna do a spin move over the finesse pimp to get to the gorilla pimp. That's how some chicks are. They like guys that are aggressive. They like guys that's gonna slap the shit out of them and then jump into bed with them. You got some chicks that just, they like guys that's gonna become a makeup artist and rearrange their face and then get into bed with them. They like certain guys that's gonna turn into a hairstylist and rearrange their hairstyle and then get into bed with them. You got chicks like that, man. It's probably a chick like that in attendance right now. They're like these gorilla type of dudes, man, that, if he ain't getting physical with her, if he ain't getting violent with her, then, she ain't going to respect him. She ain't going to be into him. She ain't going to give him her all. She might think he's soft or weak or whatever, because, over the course of 6 months, he only slapped her one time when she want to get slapped every day. She want to get choked every day. She want to get punched every day. You got some chicks out there that's like that. They just like the drama. So, but yeah, you got guys that'll oblige those types of ladies. Seriously. Like they say, it's somebody for everybody. And as much as you may think that there's not a lady that will want a gorilla pimp, there are some ladies out there that only want a gorilla pimp. Somebody for everybody. For real. But hey, man, if you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain, please do so now. What I mean by that, hit that like button. We're going to take a short interlude, and we're going to be right back, man. Stay right there. It's one of them joints right here, man, that you play when you feeling down on your ism ride. Play this shit right here and resuscitate your pimping and get you right back on your mission, ride. For you hoes, this that shit you play when you ain't feeling like super hoe today. Play this shit right here and spark up your hoeing and get you right back going, you dig? Dig this. Pimps for real, don't mistake it for fashion. The turf that birthed my reputation for mashing was the track with active, attractive hoes. Professional goers that attract the dough. Like magnets to metal, never settle. We scorching them fag bitches pedal for them portions. My whores win it all. Not the ones on the sideline wishing but didn't ball in the guidelines. My bitches did it all. Down 7 below in the snow for dough. Over 120 in the sun for fun. They mash for hours, hooker baths, not showers. Bright and early, down and dirty for the cash and power. They gotta get the cash, the towers, and reach it all to a pimp. In my position, I'm all but exempt. These bras not wimps, I'm like them renegade bitches. BFFs with tricks but never getting paid riches. Grenade bitches, they dynamite, blowing up on the pimpin' and missing when the time is right. But when they life gets strife, they see pimpin' shining bright, but they action is life without. Bitch, one strike you out. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. See, that's the difference, nigga. The pimpin' mashing for these riches, nigga. Nothing like you master magician, niggas. Smoking mirrors with your game, hella extras to reflect the opposite appearance of a lame. Bitches coming from y'all, I can't rock with those. Tender-footed and rooted in them doctor shows. Soft shoe rituals, minute residuals, papers on life support, your loots and critical. Something I learned about when running my earn route, and working with turnouts is murdering burnouts. Cause knocking one of you niggas for a scarred bitch, that's knocking one of you niggas for some garbage. I'm heartless regardless, empty with sympathy, but banked up to the max with pimpathy. No remedy for me, I'm like this. My life is vice grip, synced in permanent ink. You can't rewrite this. My blood type is P positive, beautifully deposited with a lot of it. I'm popping this shit, and when I pop it so hard I make a trapping ass bad bitch wanna hoe hard. Can't stop, won't stop, popping pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, popping pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, popping pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, popping pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Come on pimpin' man, pop that shit. Show these sucker niggas they can't stop that shit. Let these hookers know if they wanna cop that shit. Treat the bag like it's hot, bitch, and drop that shit. Dig. And to you hoes, if you ever took a loss, bitch, show these bitches how to bounce back like a boss, bitch. Let them know that the best way to floss, bitch, is reach that paper to some pimpin' hoe and toss it. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, poppin' pimpin' nigga. Can't stop, won't stop, smashing on these bitches nigga. Okay. Right back to this game that I never left, in the words of my brother Sinful to P. Yeah. Okay, and it's 202 of y'all up in here. I see we got the likes moving on up, but if you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step to a pimp's domain, please do so now. What I mean by that, hit that like button. And hey, man, I know out of 204 of y'all, the majority of y'all, I'm sure, are subscribed to Sinful to P's channel. But if by some strange twist of fate, you happen to so not be subscribed to Sinful to P's channel, hey man, go over there and subscribe to that channel, because you know what we want to do? We gonna do it, but you know, the sooner the better, man. But we want to get Sinful to P to 100,000 subscribers, man, because you know, we want bro to get that plaque. Bro is, you know, as y'all know, those of y'all that's familiar with Sinful to P, you know, he's beyond, you know, well-deserved to get that 100,000 subscriber YouTube plaque, man. So he's like about, I believe he's like 6,000 and some change away from 100,000 subscribers. So yeah, man, you know, if you ain't subscribed to him, I know it's only, you know, 249 people in here now. But if you just so happen to not be subscribed to Sinful to P, go ahead over there and hit that subscribe button, man. You know, you might be one of them people that you watch his videos all the time, but for, you know, because he pop up in your algorithm all the time, you just never subscribe to him. But if you haven't, man, just for the sake of getting to that 100 bands, man, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. You dig? But yeah, man, back to these gorillas. See, another thing about the gorillas, man, like I said, they don't take phone calls. They don't take the news well. You know, they use violence. They use aggression. They use, you know, getting physical tactics to keep the ladies around. You know, it's a lot of force going on with the gorillas. Then, you know, another thing about the gorillas, man, you know, a lot of the gorillas are the, you know, let her work, P. You know, they don't want you to say nothing to they broad while she down. And again, like I said, the cold part about, okay, let me pin that. Hold on just a second. Cause Supposed to Princeton, put the link in the chat. Bam. Yeah, man, go ahead and hit that button. You don't even have to leave the live. This live can be going on the whole time, man. If you ain't subscribed to Sinful to P, hit that button, man. Go over there and subscribe. But yeah, man, like I said, the cold part about these some of these gorilla pimps, you know, they will ride around all night and sweat the hell out of your broad. Or if it's on the strip, like in Vegas, on the Las Vegas Strip, or in Hawaii, on in Honolulu, Waikiki, or, you know, South Beach, Miami, you know, places where chicks ain't really doing car dates. They playing the carpet, you know, they in the bars, they in the casinos, they in the clubs, things like that. You know, they'll go all around them type of areas all night sweating everybody else's broad. But boy, when you say something to they broad, it's a problem. Man, let her work, P. You know what I mean? You don't want to do that, P. Leave that one, you know, she off limits, P. She spoken for, man. Leave that one alone, P. You know, and the gorilla isn't the only type of guy in the game that's going to try to discourage you from sweating they broad or try to instruct you to not sweat they broad. But, you know, one thing about the gorilla, like several other flavors of pimping, you know, they don't know how to instruct the broad well enough to stay in pocket. So because they can't give her instructions well enough, they're going to try to give you some instructions, you know, because if they were good at instructing her about staying in pocket, they wouldn't even think about instructing the pimping on what to do and what not to do. But that's what a lot of these gorillas do, man. But, you know, unlike a lot of other guys, you know, they'll try to be smooth about it. You know, and see, you know, you got some pimps that, you know, like myself, if I'm sweating abroad and you come say, hey, man, you know, let her work, man, let me get my money, P. You messing up my money. If you say anything like that to me, I'm still going to sweat her. Right? But see, the thing about the gorilla, you know, some of these other guys, even though they may not like it, they'll still, you know, they going to accept it. They going to, you know, they ain't going to resort to violence or threats. But the gorilla, he going to do all that. He going to threaten you. He going to try to scare you and things like that. They got a real big problem with anybody saying something to they broad. And I could understand if you were the type, even though that still ain't pimpish, but if you were the type of guy who you don't want nobody saying nothing to your broad, but at the same time, you're not saying nothing to anybody else's broad because you don't want nobody saying nothing to yours, I could, even though I still don't agree with it, I could understand that better. You know, it's still unpimpish, but when you the type of guy that you could sweat everybody else's broad, but when it come time for somebody to sweat yours, you want to get violent, you want to threaten the pimping, you want to do something to the pimping, hey, man, that's them gorillas. That's how they get down. You know, they just, they think they're exempt from being served. They think they're exempt from being knocked. They think that, you know, they don't play fair. They don't play fair at all. And their solution, see, you know, other flavors of pimping, right, believe that the solution to everything is game. But the gorilla pimp, he doesn't believe that. He doesn't believe that the solution to everything is game. So, you know, when the gorilla pimp is faced with certain dilemmas, you know, his solution is violence. His solution is aggression. His solution is threats. His solution is intimidation. You know, this is what the gorilla resorts to. He gonna resort to all of these different things before he even think about some game. He ain't gonna think about no game at all. Right? You know, and a variation of gorilla pimp, but, you know, doesn't necessarily apply to all gorilla pimps, is a gangbanger pimp. You know, a gangbanger falls into the category of a gorilla pimp. But all gorilla pimps ain't gangbangers, though. A lot of them are, but not all of them. whatever the case is, that it usually has a lot to do with the type of guy they was before they got into the game. See, you know, when you in the lifestyle of gangbanging, you know, that's all you know is aggression. You know, all you familiar with is aggression, you know, because people are being aggressive towards you. So in order for you to survive and thrive in that world, you're going to have to be aggressive back to people. And oftentimes you're going to have to be more aggressive. So, you know, a lot of guys who come from that lifestyle who really don't belong in the game and they just don't have a pimp molecule in their body. They come into this lifestyle and try to abide in the game with that type of mentality, with the aggression, with the violence, with the intimidation and all of that type of stuff. You know, the same type of gangbanger manipulation tactics, because, you know, you got that too. You got some gangbangers that are very manipulative, especially ones who've been locked up for extended periods of time. You know, they used to manipulating, you know, younger or more impressionable or weaker gangbangers to, you know, do what they want them to do. So, you know, they try to do that with pimps in the game too. You got certain gorillas or gangbanger pimps that's like that. They come into the pimp game and they try to spin and manipulate, you know, other men in the game and try to run game on guys in the game. You know, they just, you know, they got all kind of different tactics that they use. But a lot of times it's going to have to do with violence, intimidation, aggression, things like that, you know. But like I said, a lot of times they come into the game like that when they come from a world of aggression and violence and all that. You know, that's their solution. Their solution ain't game. See, like I said, you have various flavors of the 31 flavors that understand that the solution to everything is game. Whatever situation you find yourself in, the solution to it is game. You know, because game information, when applied properly, applied accordingly, it's going to save you. You know? And, you know, this is what pimping teaches the hoe. Pimping teaches the hoe that, hey, the solution for everything is game. So if you teaching the hoe this, you know, in that regard, you're going to have to practice what you preach. You know, because if the game is good enough to be the solution to everything for her, then how come it ain't for you? You know? I love game being the solution for everything. You know, I love not having to resort to physical solutions or aggressive solutions or intimidation solutions and things like that. I like game being my solution for whatever situation I find myself in. You know, whether it be a legal situation or situation with another man, a situation with a female, a business situation, whatever it is, game is always the solution. You know, I've seen game be the solution to a gun to somebody's head. You know, a gun to somebody's head or a knife to somebody's throat. Game being the solution to that. You know, because see, what a lot of people don't understand about game, and I know I'm talking about the gorillas right now, but I just want to touch on this as far as game goes, right? A lot of times when you find yourself in a confrontation where somebody is threatening or, you know, they trying to, you know, be aggressive towards you, a lot of times game ain't the solution in those situations because you matching that energy, right? But see, one thing about somebody who understands game is the solution, you know, you don't have to always match that energy. A lot of times it's best when you don't match that energy, you know, and, you know, some people just don't understand that, especially as men. A lot of times men, when we get threatened a certain type of way, we gonna match the energy. Like, what? Who you talking to? You know what I mean? Or, you know, we just gonna act. We just gonna move, you know, before somebody get a chance to move on us. But, you know, just think about it. When somebody is angry, when somebody is aggressive, 9 times out of 10, they overwhelmed by emotions. They're emotionally overwhelmed because they can't think of a better solution. So they know that they can be the most violent in their mind. You know, they know violence is going to make them prevail over everybody else in their mind. So that's what they resort to. But as Sinful to P would say, it's an emotional reaction. You know, violence don't have nothing to do with no game. You know, in most situations, when it's a man-on-man, one-on-one situation, like if it's a war type situation, that's different. But when it's just a man-on-man type situation, just one-on-one, or you having a confrontation with another man, you know, 9 times out of 10, it's an emotionally overwhelmed individual that you're dealing with. And guess what? Hey, man, pimps, we masters at dealing with people that's emotionally overwhelmed, because women get emotionally overwhelmed all the time. And we know how to charm and disarm them. We know how to defuse bombs when we dealing with them. So, hey, man, shit, a lot of these guys can be dealt with in the same type of way. You know, I hate to say it like that, but hey, people that's emotionally overwhelmed, man, hey, I know how to deal with them with some game. Game is a solution for everything, right? But a lot of times them situations, they turn out like that because, you know, most times people match that energy, you know, because we feel like less of a man if a man threaten us with violence and we don't respond, you know, with the same type of energy. We feel like less than a man, or, you know, we feel less than whatever. But hey, when you understand the power of game, you understand that game trumps any, you know, anything, you know, like it could be Mike Tyson. It could be whoever. Like, I'm going to outwit you. I'm going to whoop you with the game. You're going to try to whoop me with your hands, but your hands ain't even going to make it to me after I whoop you with this game. You know? Because I'm not going to match your energy. Before I match your energy, I'm going to make you match mine. Because my energy is game energy, and game energy is way more powerful than some emotional energy or some anger, aggression, manipulation. Hey, the game is more powerful than all that. That type of stuff ain't no match for no game. So, you know, when the gorilla, when he come across somebody like that, hey, he ain't no match. You know, it ain't always about being the physically toughest, you know. And, you know, but then too, like you said, like Sepulveda the Prince just said, some simply don't understand any other way. And you have guys like that. You have guys that, whatever the case, they gonna still be emotionally overwhelmed because that's all they understand. You know? But hey, I know me myself, I have been the first extremely pimpish encounter that a lot of guys have come across. You know what I mean? That's just like, I remember, I think I might have told this story before, but I remember I was sweating this little chick, right? I was sweating her on Fig. Little young white girl. Attractive. Something that I could see myself mashing on and doing my thing with, right? I sees her on Fig, and I'm getting at her on Fig, and as I always say, acknowledgement is encouragement, right? So as she acknowledged me, she was encouraging me to stay at her until I had her. So, and acknowledgement ain't always verbal. You know, acknowledgement can be seen in the body language. It can be seen in eye contact. It can be seen in responses to what's being said. Even though there may be no eye contact or verbal contact, you know, you might see that cheekbone raise up from behind. She's facing the opposite way, but you see that cheekbone raise up. You know what I mean? Or you see her put her head down and shake her head, you know, and you know she laughing at what you said, or she's smiling at what you said. So this is what's going on, right? I'm getting acknowledgement, and that's serving as encouragement, right? So I'm getting at this chick on Fig, right? Figueroa. Earlier in the night. Later in the night, I find myself on Western in Hollywood, and guess who's there? The same chick, right? So I'm pressing her in Hollywood now. I'm pressing her on Western. And, you know, guess who pops up out the bushes? Her peoples, right? So he's seen that I've been sweating her on Fig, and now I'm sweating her on Western, so he has a problem with it, right? So he pull up talking crazy. Man, leave her alone, man. You see she in pocket, man. Woo, woo, woo. I said, nah. You know what I mean? If you was paying close attention, you would see that she, you know, she been kind of, you know, liking what I'm saying, man. So that's why I'm still saying something to her. Man, forget all that, man. You know, leave her alone, man. I done told you already, man. Woody, woody, woo, woo. I'm like, yeah, man, see, you know, you trying to tell me what to do because you can't tell her what to do, man. You know, maybe if you was better at telling her what to do, you wouldn't even be thinking about telling me what to do. Man, then he called me a BAN, called me all out my name, called me a BAN, and he was going to, you know, get out the car. So, and mind you, the dude was like half my size, you know. Granted, he probably was like, you know, 18 years younger than me, 19 years younger than me. Now, matter of fact, he might have even been 20 years younger than me, but like half my size. You know, he probably smoking and drinking and all that, which I don't indulge in any of that. But, you know, he feeling himself. Plus, we in the car, too, so he can't really see what I look like for real. But whatever the case, you know, BAN, get out the car. I'm going to beat your whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. You know, he talking about how he going to do this to me and do that to me. And I'm like, man, why you want to do all these things to me? Like, just because you don't like the fact I'm talking to your girlfriend or whatever. So, you know, long story short, he was in the car with his partner the whole time. I was in the car with one of my partners. He was in the car with one of his partners the whole time. So after it was all over with, right, his partner that he was in the car with, which was like a little bit older than him. He was a young guy too, but he was a little older and had been in the game a little longer than this dude. This dude was like 19. His partner was like probably early 20s, mid 20s, and, you know, been around a little longer. So he told him the truth. He was like, hey, man, you know, that wasn't really pimpish the way you handled yourself in that situation, man. You should probably apologize to him, man, because he didn't call you out your name. He kept it P. You called him out his name. You called him a BAN and all that. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. So the guy came later on and apologized to me. You know, we all ended up meeting up where we was congregating at, and he came and apologized to me. But I say all that to say, in that situation, most guys would have matched his energy. The moment he called somebody a BAN, you know, see, because I've been like that. And I don't know, maybe the internet kind of helped me because, you know, people say all kind of stuff to you on the internet. And when you understand that these people ain't really like that, it kind of makes you immune to words, you know, people saying certain things to you, right? So, and then the game just do that too. Like when you have a certain type of game of understanding about yourself, you know, words don't really phase you like that. Now, of course, when I was younger in the game, and especially before I got in the game, and, you know, being in the streets or being locked up, you know, when somebody call you a BAN, those is fighting words, especially California where I'm from. You know, we ready to fight. I'm firing on you. You call me a BAN, I'm firing on you. I ain't saying nothing to you. But when you get in the game, though, and you start to understand the power of the game, and you understand how game will garner somebody's respect much more effectively than violence will, and being aggressive will, talking crazy will, disrespect will. When you understand that game is going to garner somebody's respect much more effectively, you start to understand that, game is the solution, not just for that, but for everything. So like I said, in that situation, most guys would have matched his energy. The moment he called somebody a BAN, it could have turned very ugly. Very ugly. Somebody could have got deleted. You know what I mean? Somebody could have got, hurt real bad, whatever the case may be. But fortunately for him, I handled it in such a way that, I know he never experienced nothing like that before. He was only 19. He only been in the game probably less than a year or something like that, I believe, at the time. So that's what I understand about myself, right? And hopefully what happened in that situation is that he understood that the guerrilla route ain't the best route. You know what I mean? But, because most of us, we come from the ghetto. That dude, I think he was from Richmond. You know what I mean? And Richmond is a rough place. So, most of us that come from rough neighborhoods and things like that, that's especially California, we only know one way to deal with things. And it's not until, for those of us in the game, it's not until we come across somebody like he came across in me, that we have a better understanding, and you got guys my age. You got guys my age that this old enough to be that dude's father like I am, and they would have been like, what you call? You said what? And it would have turned violent. You know what I mean? But like I said, fortunately for him, I'm glad that he did that with me, because I was able to show him the power of this game. You know what I mean? I didn't take it personal when he pulled up to the circle later on. I didn't try to, put hands on him. I didn't threaten him or none of that. You know what I mean? Like, this is a 19-year-old young man. Ain't no telling what he might evolve into. Especially, I got to at least give him the opportunity to see the game at work. So hopefully in that instance, that taught him like, hey man, it's a better way to deal with things, man, especially amongst gentlemen in the game. I could see if I was dealing with, a gangbanger or a gangster or something like that. But when I'm dealing with other gentlemen in the game, man, this is the way to go about it. Hopefully that taught him that, because, he ended up being a cool young man once we got to have a conversation with each other. And, I hope that he done grew and evolved past that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. But that's how guerrillas get down, man. That's some guerrilla tactics, man. But I'm about to hydrate my ism one time. If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain, please do so now. What I mean by that, hit that like button, man. We already at 274. Let's get them likes up to 300. You dig? Yeah. Y'all up late rocking with a pimp, man. 210 of y'all up in here, man. Soaking this game up, fellowshipping with this game, you dig? Yeah. Supposedly you stupid. Oh, bless his little heart. He didn't know better. Yes. Yeah, man. So let's do a little recap. So far, we have discussed the lover boy pimp. We've discussed some, but not all of the different types of dope fiend pimps. We discussed the lean pimp. We discussed the crystal meth pimp. We discussed the cocaine pimp. But we gonna have to get back to the dope fiend pimps because there's so many different ones to discuss. But following that, we discussed the Dealmaker pimp, followed by the businessman pimp, and just now we discussed the gorilla pimp. Freeze, did you end up peeling his girl? Nah, man, because like a lot of them cats end up doing, man, that he lifted her up. A lot of times when because I'm pretty sure, even though he was angry and things like that, if he really was paying attention, I'm pretty sure that he saw that the girl was loose. And I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only guy that she's been loose with. So if he had at least enough sense to pay attention to that, I'm pretty sure that's the reason why he lifted her up. He picked her up. And, I never seen her again. That a lot of them cats, man, they be making the chick do the Houdini, man, but not the way the hoes do it. Hoes do the Houdini when they disappear and reappear. They disappear with a trick and reappear with a trap, but a lot of cats make the chick do the Houdini. They make her disappear, man, in thin air, man, never to be seen again in that area. Maybe if you go back to their hometown where they from, you might see her there with him, or you might stumble across her at an end call or something just by chance. But if the game moved that way. But yeah, man, I never seen her again, so she didn't get peeled. If he would have kept her down, she probably would have, more than likely, because she was loose. She was loose. She might have been almost ready to break weak, you know what I mean? So yeah. Criminal says, check out the video of what Freeze did before he got into the game. Yeah, that's a good video. That's a good recommendation, Criminal. Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite videos, one of my favorite lives that I've done on YouTube. My life before the game. Yeah, so let's see. All the way, top of it. Yeah, let's see. So, like I said, we just discussed the gorilla pimp. Now, a lot of people like to use the term finesse pimp. Finesse pimp is a term that we've used for a long time. But, finesse is taking on a different meaning. A different meaning of it has become very popular in today's times. And a lot of times when people think of the term finesse, they think of manipulate, con, things of that nature. And historically, the term finesse pimp didn't have anything to do with manipulation or conning. The finesse pimp was the smooth pimp, the mouthpiece pimp, and so rather than say the finesse pimp, I'll say the smooth pimp, right? The next of the 31 flavors we gonna discuss is the smooth pimp. Now the smooth pimp, as I just said, he's the type of guy that likes to use his mouth and his mind. His mouthpiece and his mind are his strongest tools, right? The finesse, see, I'm just so used to saying finesse pimp, I got to be careful though, because a lot of people got a different interpretation of what finesse means nowadays. But the smooth pimp, the smooth pimp, he's going to use his mouth in most cases. When he gets a chick's attention, when he sparks a chick's interest, it's not going to be based on what type of deals he can present to her. It's not going to be based on what type of business investment propositions he can present to her. You know, it's not gonna be based on you know, his bedroom game. It's gonna be based on his conversation, the expression of his thoughts, the expression of, you know, the window of his mind, that mouthpiece. You know, that's what the smooth pimp, that's his weapon of choice, that mouthpiece. You know what I mean? Of course, you know, all pimps, you know, we like to be fly and we like to speak with our appearance before we speak with our mouth, but the mouth is the deal sealer. We gonna seal the deal with that mouthpiece, you know, because a lot of times you ain't gonna be able to seal the deal speaking with your appearance. So we don't rely on that. You know, the smooth pimp, he gonna speak for it. Yeah, man. Ambassador Ron in the building. I see Ron in the building. So just like I was letting y'all know to subscribe to Sinful to P. Hey, listen, man. Hold on, let me see. Let me do something real quick. And wait. Okay. Bam. Okay, so you see Ron there, right? If you click on his name or his icon, that'll take you to his page, and you can subscribe to Ambassador Ron, right? And let me see something real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Do this real quick. Come on. Okay. Now let's see. Hold on. Okay, now hold on. Okay, this is what Ambassador Ron's. Okay, let me pin, because supposedly the Prince put the link to his channel. Let me pin that now. Oh, damn. Hold up. Damn, it ain't letting. Wait. Okay, here we go. Bam. Okay, so you see the pinned comment. If you hit that link, that'll take you to Ambassador Ron's page, which you see on the screen right here. You know, hey, listen. Ron is at 250,000 subscribers. So as you can see, he has a brand new YouTube channel, which even though his channel is brand new, he already got a ample amount of game on there, good content. Now, it's 211 of y'all up in here, right? Now, out of 211 of y'all, I know at least 50 of y'all could hit that subscribe button, man. You don't even have to leave the live. You can listen to me talk shit and subscribe to Ron, hit that button at the same time. You never have to stop listening to me talk shit. Hit the subscribe button. Hit that link that supposedly the Prince got pinned in the chat. Go to Ron's page. Hit the subscribe button. You know what I mean? And when you hit the subscribe button, like so, bam, hit the bell too. You see how I'm doing this? Hit the bell right here where it say all. That means everything that Ron posts, you're going to be able to get notified. You're going to get notifications for it, right? So, like I said, man, he at 250 right now. I know at least 50 of y'all can hit that subscribe button. Oh, damn, look at y'all. See how the game move? I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all done already got him 12 subscribers since he been in here, man. Let's get him to 300 at least. Matter of fact, 304. You know what I mean? The magic 304 number. Let's get Ron 304 subscribers before we get up out of here, man. And if he get past that, that's even more beautiful. Let's see where he at now. Yeah, see, that's why I love the game, man. I love y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. We at 265. Let's get him to that 304, man. Yeah. Get Ron to that 304 subscribers, man. Master of himself, man. Appreciate you. That's love one right there. Ray Murray, appreciate you. I checked out the videos on the yimping. The video on the yimping. NB225, that's what's up. That's a good one too. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all. Okay, go to you to subscribe. Okay. Criminal, he said subscribed yesterday. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all. That's what's up, man. Good stuff. Yeah, man. Cause we don't have, see, this the beautiful thing about somebody like Ron, right? What I like about Ron is because he got a lot of game, not just pertaining to the game, to the lifestyle that we live, but, just game. And, as we say, game has universal application. So just like a lot of y'all listen to me, even like this video right here is about, 31 flavors of pimping. You can take a lot of game that's being, shared in this video, and you can apply it to different aspects of life, right? Different walks of life. On the same token, Ron has that kind of information and game on his channel, right? But what I like about people like Ron, as opposed to a lot of people on YouTube, Ron's information has been tested. He's put it to the test. Like y'all heard me talking about earlier, right? The businessman pimp. One thing about them businessman pimps, a lot of them have information that they haven't put to the test. Information that they learned on the internet, information that they learned on social media, YouTube, what have you, TikTok, all that. And they have not put it to the test, and some of them have paid for courses on information pertaining to business, real estate, crypto, stocks, what have you. And they haven't put any of this information to the test. So, there's no trial and error. There's no experience. There's no wisdom behind their information, right? The beautiful thing about Ambassador Ron is that his game has actually been put to the test. The information that he's sharing with you is based on not just knowledge, not just education, but experience, wisdom. He done been through it to get to it. He done bumped his head. He done made mistakes. He done, pushed past all of that. And so that's why that when you get information from somebody like him, it's coming from a place of wisdom, as opposed to other people, who y'all done seen me make videos about, these nerds who, they just learned some information and got excited about it and got on the internet. And a lot of these nerds done blew up. You got some of these nerds that got 1 million, 2 million subscribers. Some of these nerds got 5 million subscribers, and they give information on here about dating advice, relationship advice, how to talk to women, how to approach women, what's the shit, choosing signals, cold approach, and all this type of stuff. That's the language that people who ain't never put their game to the test, that's the language that they use. You know what I mean? But, I guarantee you ain't gonna hear Ron talking about no cold approach. You ain't gonna hear Ron talking about no choosing signals and all that type of stuff. Ron, he's talking about what he know. Whatever you hear him talking about is based on what he know from experience. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, you're going to get some good game. Let me see where y'all at so far. See, I like that. Y'all done already 29 subscribers since Ron been up in here, man. Let's get him at least 25 more, man, to that 304. You dig? But yeah, man, you won't be disappointed in Ron's channel for sure. Let's see. But yeah, man. Right, everybody a dating coach in 2024. And, a lot of these dating coaches be married men who ain't been in the dating field since the 90s or the 80s or the early 2000s, the 99s and the 2000s. They ain't been on a date with nobody since then, but they got all this game about dating people. They haven't even dated people in the social media era. They ain't dated people in the Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter era. You know what I mean? They got some outdated game. And, it's just, that's another thing that I like too about Ron. Ron is a young man in today's times. So he's giving you game that's based on, it's from a fresh perspective. It's an active perspective. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with getting game from somebody that's retired, because a lot of people that's, not really active right now, they have great, impeccable game that, is fundamental, right? But you have fundamental game on one hand, and then you have game specific to the times. And then it's just totally different when you're getting it from an active perspective, right? So the game that Ron is giving on his channel is game that he's putting into action on a daily basis. He's living it right now. You know what I mean? So, yeah, let's see. Okay. 30 subs since we've been up in here, man. Let's get 24 more subs for Ron to that 304, man. But yeah, man. So, like I was saying about these 31 flavors of pimping, man. The most recent one we touched on is the gorilla, and we just began talking about the smooth pimp. So, like I said, the smooth pimp, man. He gonna use his mouthpiece. Like I said, he's gonna speak with his appearance first, because before you can speak with your mouth, you got to speak with your appearance, right? Because before anybody hears you, they see you. In most cases, before somebody hear you, they're gonna see you, right? Rare instances where somebody might hear you first and then see you. Most cases, people gonna see you first and then hear you. So it's the smooth pimp, he gonna speak with his appearance. He gonna be fly. He gonna be well groomed. He gonna be smelling good, looking good, all that, right? But as well as he may speak with his appearance, he gonna speak 1,000 times better with his mouth. He gonna speak 1,000 times better verbally, right? That smooth pimp. So, and the smooth pimp, he's gonna get his main objective is to get cooperation from the chick, right? And he's gonna pimp for the hoeing in her. See, you got different variations of guys, different flavors of these 31 flavors of pimping, right? That they just want the money from the chick, and a lot of these guys, which it's another variation I'm gonna get to in a minute, but a lot of these guys, they just want to have fun with the chick. They just want to feel good. But they don't think about pimping for the hoeing in her, because a lot of chicks will give their money to anybody. But it take a pimp to get the hoeing out of her. You got to pimp for that. You don't necessarily have to pimp for the money. It's beautiful when you do, but you don't have to be no pimping to get some money from a chick. Chicks pay tricks. They turn their regular into their folks. All the different variations of guys I done named, man. They and then a lot who I haven't named yet. They'll give their money to anybody who makes them feel good. Not all chicks, but a lot of chicks. A lot of chicks don't think about how much sense it makes to hand it over, right? But whatever the case, they'll hand it over to whoever they feel like handing it over to at the time. And how you feel and what makes sense aren't always in alignment with each other. So while she might feel like handing it over to him, it might not make a lot of sense or any sense at all for her to hand it over to him. So with that being said, hey man, a chick can hand it over to anybody. That's not remarkable. That's not marvelous for you to say that the chick handed you some money. It's exciting when you young and fresh in the game. But once you really get an understanding and you get a little seasoning on yourself about this shit, man, you understand that, hey man, that ain't, that's not the greatest thing. When you get that hoeing, right? That's just a different, it's a deeper connection, you know, because you getting all of her, not just her money. You know, some chicks give money to guys that they don't like. They don't really, a lot of chicks don't really care about money like that. You know, it might sound strange to you, but it's a fact. And anybody who done, you know, lived this lifestyle, they know what I'm talking about. But, you know, while a chick may give her money to anybody, she's not going to give her hoeing to just anybody. Because it takes for the pimping to get that out of her. You know, as I've said before, it's like King Arthur with Excalibur. You know, the Excalibur, the sword that was in the stone, you know, all these big, strong, masculine men was trying their hand, trying to pull Excalibur out the stone. Excalibur was the name of the sword. They was trying to pull the sword out the stone. You know what I mean? And here come King Arthur. He ain't nearly the biggest. He ain't nearly the strongest. He ain't nearly the most masculine, but it was meant for him to take, you know, he had that magic touch. He had the touch that everybody else didn't have. You know, that's the same thing like with this game. You know, in this case, pimping is King Arthur and the hoeing is that Excalibur. The hoeing is that sword that's in that stone. You know, the stone, so to speak, is the woman. The hoeing is Excalibur, you know, and you got all these different types of, you know, grown men trying their hand and, you know, they can't pull that Excalibur up out of her, you know, but it take the pimping. He ain't got to use his hands at all. He just using his mouth. He gonna talk the Excalibur up out of her. You know what I mean? Can you imagine that somebody, you know, talking a sword up out of a stone? Yeah, that's what this game do. That's what this game do, man. That's how we get down. So that's what the smooth pimp gonna do. The smooth pimp, he want that horn up out of her. Because one thing the smooth pimp understands is that when he gets the hoeing, he's gonna get the best of her. He wants her all. You know, he wants her to give her all because, you know, just because a chick is giving you her money, as Sepulveda mentioned earlier when he quoted Sinful, you know, just because a chick hands her money over, that don't mean she choosing with everything in totality. So, you know, a chick might hand her money over, but, you know, she got a whole lot of different ways about herself because she ain't handed her hoeing over. You know what I mean? That hoeing is that surrender. Just because she handed the money over don't mean she fully surrendered. You know, you got chicks that hand it over that, you know, she might have a job that, you know, she loves and, you know, she liked the game too and she like getting down and making money in the game too, but she don't want to really leave that job alone. So, you know, whatever money she make in the game, she gonna hand it over, but, you know, she ain't giving you no hoeing. Because if she was giving you her hoeing, she gonna let that job go and she gonna dedicate herself to not just you, but the game. You know what I mean? So, you know, or if you have certain rules that it might be uncomfortable for her to adjust to, you know, like her marijuana intake. She might be a weed smoker and you might let her know like, hey, look, you know, we're going to have to regulate that. You ain't going to just be able to, like the way you've been smoking with these fat ass backwoods that's bigger than your arm, you know, that put you to sleep and you sleep when you're supposed to be handling business. We ain't doing it like that no more. You know, we going to have some order about your marijuana intake. You know, the chick that don't mind handing the money over, she might not want to agree to that. You know, and some guys, they can get her to agree to hand the money over, but, you know, he already know he can't even get her to agree to that, so he's not even going to propose that to her because he know that's going to make her blow. You know, but the thing about the smooth pimp, you know, he gonna make it make sense to her. You know, a lot of times guys be thinking that just because they some pimping that, you know, bitch, you just supposed to do what I say. And it don't matter if you understand why, it's because I said it. And, you know, one thing about the smooth pimp, he got game. So he got understanding. And he knows that if he imparts understanding to this woman, then, you know, she gonna give her cooperation. If she's really digging him like that. And she really want to be down with him like that. You know what I mean? So he gonna make it make sense to her. Because just like he ain't gonna do nothing that don't make sense to him, he know that she ain't gonna do nothing that don't make sense to her. So he's gonna make it make sense to her. And then once it makes sense to her, like I said, if she digging him like that, she's gonna agree to that with no problem. Right? So that's the thing about the smooth pimp. You know, he gonna get cooperation out the chick. He gonna get the chick to choose primarily based on his mouthpiece, what he got to say to her. You know, what type of game is coming out his mouth. That's how he gonna get her to be down. You dig? Hey, and then it's certain things I can't share with you on here, right? Because it's some game that's kind of like exclusive, man. But, you know, let's just say that, hey, man, you know, disciplinary actions are necessary in most situations, right? Because like I said earlier, right, when I was talking about the businessman pimp and the Dealmaker pimp, you know, chicks is going to try you. If you in the game and you having hoes, man, they going to try you. It's inevitable. It's just in their nature. They might not even be aware of the fact that they trying you, but they going to try you. They might not be plotting it. It might not be premeditated, but they going to try you. Right? And, you know, it's some instances where they may not know any better. Right? Now, if they don't know no better, then, you know, you break it down to them, you give them the understanding, and then from that point, they shouldn't try you in that area no more. Now, if they know better, yet and still they insist on trying you in a way that they know better than to do, then, hey, man, that's when it's time for some disciplinary act. That's when it's time for some consequences, right? And see, the smooth pimp, he don't always have to use his hands to get his point across when it comes to the consequence. You know what I mean? Hey, man, the smooth pimp, he got some cold ways, man. Like I said, that I can't share on here, man, because, you know, that's exclusive type of game that, you know, everybody ain't privileged to know, right? But, hey, man, that smooth pimp, hey, he got some ways. He got some ways about himself, certain consequences where the chick, she gonna wish he beat her ass. Like, damn, I got to deal with this, man. I wish he would have just whooped me. I wish he would have just chopped me. Man. And she ain't gonna even see it coming. She ain't gonna even expect it. He the smooth pimp, so he gonna be smooth. She might not even see no immediate reaction from him. You know what I mean? She might think she got away with it. Then wham! It just hit her upside the head. Not physically, but mentally. And she just like, damn, what did I get myself into? Hey, man, the smooth pimp, man, he one of the coldest, man. I'm telling you. You know, that smooth pimp, man, he got some moves where he ain't even got to use his hands. You dig? For real, though. And like I said, man, I can't share that with y'all, man, because, yeah, man, you know, it's just something, you know. Some things ain't meant for YouTube, man, and that's one of them, man, you know. Some things just ain't meant for this platform, man. Let me hydrate my game one time, man. I see y'all done got the likes above 300, man. But yet and still, I'm sure some of y'all who ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain, listen, man. Wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button, man. Please and thank you while I hydrate my game one time with this love juice. You dig? man, you know how sometimes you get so excited drinking on that love juice, man, you swallow too fast and choke on the love. That's what I kind of did right now, man. Excuse my pimping. Let's see, man. Let's see. Okay, man. We at 285 with Ron. We started at 250, man. The goal right now is 304. So we need 19 more of y'all to subscribe, man. There are 207 of y'all up in here, man. I'm pretty sure that it won't hurt 19 of y'all to click that link in the pinned comment in the chat. That's going to take you to Ambassador Ron's YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button, man. It's not going to hurt you. And you don't even have to break stride with this game. You can listen to me the whole time while subscribing to Ron's YouTube channel at the same time, man. You don't even have to interrupt this game. All you do, hit the link. It's going to take you to Ron's channel. Hit that subscribe button. And then hit this bell right here when you subscribe where it say all. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh. Damn, I'm tripping. Yeah, man. You see the subscribe icon right here, man. You see these different options. Click that top one where it says all. That way you get all the notifications whenever Ron posts some content, right? Okay, we at 290, just like that, man. We only need 14 more to reach the goal, and we might even surpass that. You dig? Yeah. Check y'all out. Okay. 13 more. Yeah, man. Hit that subscribe button. And ladies, you know, as you can see, Ron is he's not a bad looking gentleman. He hangs out with other guys that are, you know, cut from the same cloth, as you can see here. You see there, this is the type of like young gentleman I like to see, man. These are the young guys in the game, man. You see how they dress, man. You see how they present themselves. You know, you see how they speak with their appearance. You know, it's pretty safe to say that when somebody speaks with their appearance in this fashion, man, you know, they're going to have some good things to say out their mouth. And, you know, I've campaigned with all these gentlemen in this picture, and I know that they all have good things to say out their mouth, man. It's really a treat, you know, to see these young men do their thing. But, yeah, man, it's Ambassador Ron, man. Let's see where we at. Okay, man. We at 292, man. Oh, shit. What did I do? Okay. Excuse my pimping. Okay, we at 293. Yeah. Appreciate y'all. But yeah, man, that smooth pimp, man. You know? That smooth pimp, man. He got some consequences for a young lady that tries him, like she inevitably will. And he ain't even got to lay a finger on her, man. But some of them consequences that he got for that chick, man, she might wish he laid hands and fingers on her, man. Because it's certain consequences that, you know, have longer lasting impressions on you than them physical consequences, man. You know, my pops was like that, man. When I was growing up, man, my pops, he wasn't really the type to whoop us, me and my brothers, right? I got 2 older brothers, and I got some sisters too, but they much younger than me, right? But yeah, my pops, man, even with my sisters, like, especially with us and them, like, my pops was never the type to whip his children, right? But man, he has some ways that will cut you so cold that you will wish that he would have whooped you. I'm talking about, man, Pops got away with words, boy, that did it cut you so deep, man, that you wish he would have whooped you. Cause he gonna make you feel some type of way, boy. When you do something that you know better than you ain't supposed to do, man, you know, and Pops ain't even no pimping. So just imagine how the pimping do. Man. But yeah, man, then too, another thing about the smooth pimp, man, you know, the smooth pimp is just cool in a lot of ways, man. Another thing about the smooth pimp, you know, he understands the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. You know, as the scripture says, the smooth pimp, he understands the golden rule, man, to life, which is that do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. So with that being said, man, you know, the smooth pimp, he ain't going to be unfair to the chick. He ain't going to be soft on her. You know, smooth pimp, he don't have no Dr. Scholl's in his closet now, but you know, he at the same time, he going to be fair. Like we say, the game is cold, but it's fair. Yeah, man, the smooth pimp, he going to be fair. He ain't going to be soft. He going to be stomped down. He ain't going to be Dr. Scholl's, but he going to be fair at the same time. You know? And, you know, one thing about the smooth pimp, he's going to be able to get any young ladies down with him to understand that, you know, pain is growth. Discomfort is growth. And oftentimes, in order to grow, you're going to have to go through some discomfort. Right? But as we also know, just like pressure could bust pipes, pressure make diamonds too. And this is something that the smooth pimp not only understands, but he's going to be able to get any young lady that's down with him to understand too. You know what I mean? You know, the smooth pimp understands different types of motivation. You know, you have fear motivation and you have incentive motivation. Now, the gorilla pimp that we talked about not long before this, you know, the gorilla pimp, he motivates his women by fear, right? They do what they do for him. They cooperate with him out of fear of the consequence of not cooperating with him, right? And that fear is usually a physical fear. Like, they fear physical harm. They fear that if they don't cooperate with the gorilla, it's going to be a harmful physical consequence that they don't want to deal with. So out of fear of that consequence, that's why they cooperating with the gorilla. That's why they getting down for him. That's why they stand down for him, you know, because they fear the consequence. On the other hand, the smooth pimp, you know, he uses incentive motivation, right? Where, as opposed to fear, any young lady that's down with the smooth pimp, she's doing it because she's looking forward to the outcome of cooperating with him. She understands that cooperating with the smooth pimp is going to bear some great incentives. You know, she looks forward to cooperating with him because of that. Excuse my pimping. Yeah, so, you know, that's a beautiful thing about the smooth pimp, you know. And the smooth pimp, you know, his mouthpiece and his mind are his strongest weapon. So with that being the case, man, you know, the smooth pimp, he gon' know how to make a chick feel good with his words. He's gonna make a chick feel inspired with his words. He's gonna make a chick feel happy. He gonna be able to make a chick smile and laugh with his words. You know, hey man, a lot of times a pimp, a smooth pimp, he can bring a chick to a sexual climax with his words. You know, a lot of times a smooth pimp, he can make a chick reach that climax without laying a finger on her, without even touching her, without making physical contact with her. You dig? That's that smooth pimp, you know? So that when he finally does make physical contact with her, it's like no other. Because the verbal contact, the mental contact was so cold before we got to the physical contact. That physical contact is on a whole nother planet, you know? Because, you know, he understands the power of words. He understands the power of the mind, you know? So he's going to stimulate that mind before he stimulate that body. You dig? And when he do, no, like no other. Like no other. You know what I mean? See, me, I don't subscribe to that theory that, you know, a trick can do better than what I can do in the bedroom. Nah, I don't subscribe to that theory, man. You know, you got a lot of cats that say, it's cats that I respect that subscribe to that theory. Cats that I got a lot of love for that subscribe to the theory of, oh yeah, man, you know, I can't compete with them tricks, man. You know, them tricks could do things to her in the bedroom better than what I could ever do. Nah, that not me. Not me. You know what I mean? I begs to differ. You dig? Yeah, I you know, yeah. Right, like Sepulveda the Prince say, sapiosexual. You know what I mean? Yeah, because the things that I'm gonna say to her, hey man, that trick, his mind don't even work that way. It's like trying to get Lamborghini output from a Honda CRX engine. It just ain't gonna happen. Yeah, man, that trick, he can't, you know, he ain't gonna be able to do what I do. He ain't gonna be able to, you know, touch that mind, massage that mind, you know, caress that mind, stimulate that mind, make that mind tingle. You know, that trick ain't gonna be able to do that like the smooth pimp. Not never. You know? So yeah, man. Yeah, that smooth pimp, man, he's a cold individual, man. For real though. Let me see. Okay, man. We done got Ron over that 300, man. I appreciate y'all. But it's 218 of y'all up in here, man. I know 3 more of y'all at the bare minimum can hit that link in the chat that's in the pinned comment. Hit that pinned comment. It's going to take you to Ron's channel, Ambassador Ron. Hey, man, hit that subscribe button. Hit this icon right here. And then after you hit this icon right here, hit this icon right here that says all. So subscribe, then hit all. You hit this arrow right here. This arrow right here going to take you to this all, and you hit all, man. So that way you be notified of all of Ron's content when he posts something. Let me see. Yeah, man, we just need 3 more subs. That's all. That ain't asking too much. Why is it? This damn thing tripping. Okay, let's see. All right, man. 2 more of y'all, man. As Sinful to P would say, man, take your nutty professor ass finger and click on that icon or click on that pinned comment in the chat. That's going to take you to this page, man. Hit the subscribe and then hit that all. You dig? It's 212 of y'all up in here, man. It ain't going to hurt you. Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, appreciate y'all, man. We done got Ron to 304 subscribers, you dig? Yeah, that 304, that's a good number, man. I like that number. Now, would it be real cold? Because, you know, it ain't just hoeing that's the best thing going. It's pimping and hoeing that's the best thing going, right? Hey, man, so if we add 16 to the 304, you dig what I'm saying? And make that number 320, man, that'll be real beautiful. We already at 306, man, and we still up popping this game, man. You know, if we get that number to 320, you know, 16 plus 304, you dig, that'll be even better, man. It's only right to put the 16 with the 304. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all for getting Ron over this 300, man. That's dope. Yeah, man. Beautiful. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the cooperation out of y'all, man. That's beautiful. But yeah, man. So, man, I could go on and on about the smooth pimp, man. But let's see. Let's see. You know what? We're going to go back to the dope fiend pimps. You know, just to give a recap to keep everybody up to date. Now, like I said at the beginning of this video, and I'm going to remind y'all because I know a lot of y'all wasn't here. 257 of y'all up in here. Dig that. A lot of y'all wasn't here at the beginning of this video. Oh, yeah, Ron, it's all love, man. That's what we do. But, yeah, so for those of y'all who wasn't here at the beginning of the video, right, as the title suggests, we talking about 31 flavors of pimping. Now, every flavor may or may not be considered authentic pimping by you, but these different flavors are individuals who consider themselves to be pimps. Whether or not you consider them to be a pimp is you know, up to you. But in spite of what you may think, or in spite of what I may think, or in spite of what we may think, these different flavors pertain to guys that if you ask them, they would consider themselves to be the pimping, right? So we started with the lover boy pimp. Then we got into the various different kinds of dope fiend pimps. We started with the lean pimp. Then we talked about the crystal meth pimp. Then we talked about the cocaine pimp. And then we moved on to the Dealmaker pimp. Then we went from the Dealmaker pimp to the businessman pimp. From the businessman pimp, we went to the gorilla pimp. And then just now we spoke on the smooth pimp, historically known as the finesse pimp. But for the sake of today's terminology and the ambiguity of the term finesse, we gonna say the smooth pimp. And now we gonna go back to the dope fiend pimp, and we gonna talk about the ecstasy pimp. The very little, the often overlooked, the very little spoken on, the often overlooked ecstasy pimp. Yeah, we gonna talk about the ecstasy pimp, man. See, when I was fresh in the game, right, I wasn't really familiar with the effects of ecstasy like that, right? You know, when I was young and I heard about ecstasy, I just knew it was something that made people, you know, like, I guess it enhanced the stimulation of intimacy when people be intimate with each other. I thought it was mainly for that, you know, and that's really all it did, you know. But then one of my first ladies in the game, man, was this little white chick, man, and she, you know, when I first got her, she was cool. She was very cool. But, you know, I'm fresh in the game, man. It's one of my first ladies, right? So she let me know that she wanted to do an ecstasy pill. I'm like, go ahead, you know. You probably going to want to get freaky, and I ain't trying to get freaky with you right now. But, hey, you know, that's what you want to do, then go ahead. Man, when I tell you this chick turned into a straight monster. This chick turned into a straight monster off the ecstasy, man. For real though. I'm talking about a beast. Man, this chick was wild. She was violent. She was disrespectful with the words. I'm talking about, and was nothing like this before she popped that ecstasy pill, man. She popped this pill and just turned into a straight monster. That was my first and most important lesson about ecstasy, man. Like, that's when I learned that it's a lot more to ecstasy than what them songs be talking about. You know, and this is like in the 2000s, man. You know, Mac Dre is popular, and different rappers is talking about popping ecstasy pills, and they ain't talking about how crazy people get. They just talking about how they feel good, and how good they is in the bedroom and all that. And I'm thinking like, okay, ecstasy, even though drugs ain't my thing, ecstasy don't sound too bad. Boy, was I sorely mistaken. Yeah, man. So that's when I became familiar firsthand with how ecstasy is, man. Now, man, ecstasy, and then too, when that song Pop the Molly, I'm Sweating, woo, All Gold Everything, Trinidad James, when that song came out, was that like 2012 or something, 2013 maybe? When that song came out, even though I knew that ecstasy made people crazy, I didn't understand the sweating part. But man, I come to see that, man. It's this individual whose name I'm not gonna mention. Hey man, a fool off the ecstasy, man. And this is somebody that a lot of people in the game like, a lot of people in the game respect. And man, really at the time was like trying to portray himself as somebody who, wasn't into drugs. And, probably because a lot of the pimps that he be in a circle with and respected him, wasn't into drugs. So he tried to portray himself that way. But man, as they say, the truth inevitably will come to the light. And, man, this dude used to, show up to the track sweating, and it wouldn't even be hot outside. And it's like, why are you sweating like this? And, man, just start doing like wild things. I think it started off as like a moderate thing, just like anything else, man. A lot of people, man, they, y'all wild in the chat, man. But, a lot of people, man, they start off things moderately. But, things that are highly addictive and dangerous and have some wild effects, it's only a matter of time if you keep playing with it before it becomes the master of you. See, ecstasy, that's not something that you can indulge in and you're the master of it. Like most drugs, it's going to become the master of you, and you're going to serve it more than it serves you. So it started moderately, man. But eventually, just like anybody else, this stuff, it became the master of this guy, man. And, he be in the pimp circle sweating and, jumping around and, acting crazy. And, when it came to dealing with young ladies, whatever ladies decided to be with him, man, they had to deal with some crazy consequences to things. And, see, one thing about that ecstasy, man, people under the influence of that stuff is they real easily irritated, man. They, if you breathe wrong, they tripping. You know, if you blink too many times, they tripping. You know, they trip off the slightest thing. So just imagine being a chick in the game and your folks has this ecstasy problem. You know what I mean? And you say, "Daddy, what you want for breakfast?" And he get the trip. "Bitch, what? What you mean what I want for breakfast? Why the hell you asking me what I want for breakfast, bitch?" You know what I mean? Just tripping out and flipping. And it's like, damn, she in her head like, damn, I can't even ask my folks what he want for breakfast. Like, what's going on? And then, you know, when so much of that is going on, she thinking to herself like, well, damn, I ain't going to ask nothing. I ain't going to say nothing because if I do, I don't know what's the right thing to say or the wrong thing to say. And I feel like I'm, you know, walking through a landmine talking to him. So I ain't going to walk nowhere. I'm going to just stand right here and just not say nothing. But he going to trip on that too. That's going to bother him. That's going to be a problem. Bitch, why you ain't saying nothing? Why you ain't talking? You ain't got nothing to ask me? Man, you know, it's just, yeah, the ecstasy pimp, man, he ain't cool. And, you know, that ecstasy, man, you know, it makes people get out their mind. You're not in your right mind. So when you're not in your right mind, man, oh yeah, with the Bobby Brown jaw for sure. Stay crazy, yeah, for sure. Yeah, they got the Bobby Brown jaw for sure. You know what I mean? And you know, like I said, being a chick walking on eggshells in any slight thing that she does, and she doesn't even understand how she's provoking them, but she is. Hey man, and them dudes, man, you know, I ain't never did no ecstasy, so I don't know the potency of it or, you know, how much somebody could handle, but I've heard of people taking like 10, 20 pills a day. And, I mean, I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat can let me know, like, if that's realistic, if people really be doing that, or if they might even do more. Some people might do 50 pills a day. I don't know. But I done heard about people doing like 10 and 20 pills a day, man, and that just sound crazy. Like, I done seen what like 1 or 2 pills do. But somebody doing like 10, 20 pills, man, that's scary to even think about. You know? What Dave say? Them triple stacks, you dig? Superman. Right. Yeah, I done heard the different terminology. I know they got the triple stacks, the Supermans. I think back in the days, I don't know if they still do, but I heard of the Blue Dolphins, I think. Niggas ain't OD'd off that. Oh, niggas ain't OD'd off that. I mean, I don't know. Like I'm saying, I don't know. I done heard about people doing that. But it might be exaggerated, or I might be, you know, I might have it wrong or something. I don't know. Crack is the next step after the 20 stop working. Hey, and you probably right. It probably is, man. It probably is. You know. Now, hey man, so yeah, so the ecstasy pimp, man, you know, like I said, they get real easily irritated by the slightest things, man. They unpredictable. And man, I know some chicks, man, who done endured some very harsh punishments from the ecstasy pimp because they get crazy, man. And I imagine that a part of the craziness is paranoia. I would think, but I know they get easily irritated and they get to tripping off the slightest thing, and they go to the extreme with the punishments. So yeah, man, it's wild, man. Then was the real pills. Now that shit got ice in it. Right, I'm already knowing it do. Blue Dolphins, coke based for sex, and they got heroin based ones. Yes, Blue Dolphins were everywhere. Right. And then, I remember that too. Like, I remember back in the days, right? Being young, I remember I was in Vegas walking on the strip, and I seen these young white boys. It was like 3 of them, and 2 of them were carrying one of them. Like, the one who was being carried, he had an arm around each of his friends, and they was carrying him, and he was like sick, and it looked like he just threw up. Looked like he was about to throw up again. And we thinking that he had too much to drink. I'm with Sinful. And we're like, damn, man, what, he had too much to drink? And they was like, nah, man, he got a bad pill, bad ecstasy pill. I was like, damn. So I know they got bad pill. And this was way back in like 2007. So I'm sure that today, and then now these pills, everything got fentanyl in it. So it's scary to think about what kind of quote unquote ecstasy pills is out there right now in 2024. Because, man, they had bad pills that was messing people up back in the day. Ecstasy got crack and meth in it. I believe it. I know it got a whole bunch of different chemicals in it. That Blue Dolphin had me sniffing booty in '07. Hey, Bargnilla, I believe it. I believe it. Because that's what drugs do. They make you do things that you never would do in your right mind. You know what I mean? You probably ain't never sniffed no booty in your life before you pop that Blue Dolphin. Oh, man. I know you glad them days is over with, huh? Oh, man. 80% of street pills now have fentanyl in them. Yeah, I believe it, man. That fentanyl is crazy, man. Now, that's something that I haven't seen, even though I'm sure they out there. I haven't, witnessed or heard any testimonies about a fentanyl pimp, but I'm sure they out there. You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of ladies in the game that's on fentanyl. So if it's a lot of ladies in the game that's on fentanyl, I'm sure it's a lot of fentanyl pimps out there too, for sure. Fentanyl's still a fairly new drug. It's kind of a new phenomenon still. So, I just haven't personally experienced it. I haven't witnessed it or, heard about any chicks who done been with one before or nothing like, I don't know. But I'm sure they out there though. I'm sure they out there. Especially in places like Arizona. Because the fentanyl epidemic is crazy in Arizona. Seattle too. Fentanyl going crazy in Seattle. So Portland too. You know what I mean? So like the Northwest and Arizona. I don't know if Vegas compares. I'm pretty sure California don't compare at all. I know fentanyl is in them places, but I know for sure California don't compare to Arizona at all. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, that fentanyl is in everything, man. So, man, the ecstasy pimps always been crazy, but I could just imagine how much crazier the ecstasy pimps is now, with fentanyl being in everything. I know that fentanyl make you go to sleep though, so, and I know ecstasy is an upper, so it's crazy to imagine like how, these new ecstasy pills are, being that fentanyl is a downer and, ecstasy is an upper. It's scary. But I be thinking like the cocaine, I think everything got fentanyl in it now. The meth, the coke, the ecstasy. Yeah, man, but the ecstasy pimp, man, he's a wild boy. The ecstasy guy, man, he's something else. Let's see, man. Okay, man, we done got round to 311, man. It's 220 of y'all in here, man. I know 9 of y'all can hit that like button, man. I mean, hit that subscribe button on Ambassador Ron's channel, which you see displayed on the screen here. Yeah, man. Click that pinned comment in the chat, and that'll take you to Ambassador Ron's YouTube channel that you see here. When you get here, you'll see this icon that says subscribe. You click it, it's going to say subscribe. You see this arrow to the right of the icon? Click on that arrow. You're going to see these different options, man. Click on the option right here that says all. Bam. And you see here, you'll get all notifications. You want to get all the notifications of this game, man. So go ahead and hit that, man, so you can get all the notifications of this game. And, yeah. But I appreciate y'all, man, because we done got Ron over 60 subscribers since this live been going on, man. So, yeah, y'all, I appreciate y'all for that. But we trying to get him to 320 right now. Okay, we need 7 more, man. That way he'll be done had 70 subs, man, during this live, man. I appreciate y'all. That's beautiful. Love the cooperation. What happened to Lil Boom? Criminal, I don't know. I don't know what the outcome of Lil Boom was. You know, he done been, I mean, he never was on my radar to begin with. Even though I know people who like follow academics real closely, you know, was familiar with Lil Boom. I never heard of Lil Boom until that situation took place where the video came out where he was being a creep in Walmart. I never heard of him before that. So up until a few months ago, when I did a video about it, I never heard of Lil Boom. So I don't know what's going on with him. You know, I don't know if he's being quiet or not. He always was quiet to me because I never heard of him. So I don't know. But yeah, I appreciate y'all subscribing to Ambassador Ron's channel, man. You gonna love it. Candy Pimps. Wanted like minors and the rapper Pimps. Yeah, like I said, man, we gonna touch on everybody, man. We just going through all the different flavors of pimping, man. So yeah. And with that being said, you know, we done pretty much broke down the ecstasy pimp. Yeah, let's talk about the minor pimps. You know what I mean? Even though I don't like putting those words together, I believe it's an oxymoron. I don't believe minor and pimp go together. But like I said, this video is about people who consider themselves to be pimps, and you have guys in the game who seek out minors, who intentionally go after and try to knock minors, who consciously are aware of the fact that they have minors in their camp, and they call themselves pimps. They come to the pimp circle. They shake hands with pimps. They smoke blunts with pimps. They drink liquor with pimps. Excuse me. They ride around with pimps. Yeah, man. So, yeah, these minor pimps, man. You know, obviously, the minor pimp has to be the worst of all the pimps. The minor pimp is even worse than the dope fiend pimp. As bad as the dope fiend pimp is, because the dope fiend pimp is terrible. But even worse than that, man, the worst of the worst is the minor pimp. Because, you know, there's no game involved in that. The minor pimp is somebody who preys on the weak, because a minor is much weaker mentally than a grown-ass man. You know, you have grown women who are legally of age that are not mentally mature enough to be with some pimping or be in the game. So, you know, the pimping ain't even gonna mess with nobody like that. But the minor pimp, he wants somebody that is underage, man. You got guys out there that have whole households of minors, you know, and I hate to say it, man, but it's some minor pimps out there that everybody love, man. It's some minor pimps out there that everybody respects. And it's just crazy to know that that's their thing, man. They just really are into that. Now, to give clarity and show charity, as my brother Sinful to Pete would say, right? You have situations where guys are not conscious. Guys allow themselves, because it is something that you have to allow as a grown man. If you're being irresponsible, you can allow this to happen. But it's guys that allow themselves to be deceived and manipulated by minors into believing that they are adult women. They get deceived by simple words. They get deceived by fake IDs. Hey, they even get deceived. There's situations that I've known of, man, where the minor's parents will lie to the pimpin' and tell the pimpin', yeah, she's 19 when she's actually 15. Or she's actually 14 or 13. You got parents of minors that will lie to the pimpin', because they might be struggling financially, but they know that if their daughter is with a pimp, the pimp is going to take care of them or look out for them or help them with bills or, just, help them, period, because that's the mama. And as sick and twisted as it is, to me, that's the worst individual in the whole situation. Worse than the pimp who's being negligent or irresponsible and allowing himself to be manipulated by this minor. Worse than the minor herself is the parent who aids the minor into deceiving the pimpin' that this minor is grown. That's the worst person in that whole equation, is the parent. You know what I mean? And you got mamas that really be out there doing that type of stuff, man. So, those are not what you would consider minor pimps, because those aren't people that consciously accept minors, consciously go after minors. Those are not people that are interested in minors, and it's unfortunate, man, because a lot of times, man, cats get wrapped up in that situation. And not only do they get a bad rap, they get a messed up jacket put on them, but they end up losing, decades out of their freedom, years out of their freedom, out of their life. So this don't apply to those kind of guys, man. But it's guys like I remember, man, and those of y'all familiar with different cases in Arizona. Historically, you probably remember this case, man, but it's probably about 10 years ago or close to 10 years ago. There was a guy in Arizona, and this fool, he had 2 teenage girls, both of them under 18, both of them minors. He had 2 of them, and he was staying not just in any hotel with these chicks, but one of the most notorious trap rooms with these chicks, right off the Blade in Phoenix. He was staying in the room with these chicks. He had both of them in there. And not only was he staying in the room with these chicks, but he was giving them weed. And this is when weed was illegal. This is when weed was a felony in Arizona. And not just that, but he was selling weed out of the room where he had these 2 minors in. So you could just imagine, you know what I mean? And this trap room that I'm talking about is down the street from an elementary school. I forgot to even mention that. But, man, they gave this boy 335 years. 335 years. You know what I mean? But like Kid Chris just said, he was begging for a case. Yeah, he begged for that. Please give me that. You know what I mean? He was a real minor pimp. Okay, man. I see y'all done got Ron to 317 subs, man. 3 more and we gonna reach the new goal of 320 subs, man. 304 plus that capital 16, you dig? It's 223 of y'all up in here, man. I know 3 of y'all can hit that subscribe button right quick. Hit the pinned comment, which will take you to Ambassador Ron's channel. And you can hit that subscribe button, man, and you don't have to stop listening to the live at all while you do that, man. Let me see. Yeah, man, just 3 more, y'all. Ain't gonna hurt you. Hit the subscribe. Hit the arrow right here, which will take you to this. And then you click on all. Bam. You're gonna be notified of all of Ron's content, man. Let's see. Come on, man. Just 3 more, y'all. It ain't gonna kill you. Yeah, man. But yeah, man, you know them minor pimps, man, they really are the biggest black eye to the game, man. Because like I said, they make it bad for guys who get deceived. And see, I know what some of y'all might be saying. Man, how you gonna get deceived if you a grown man? How you gonna allow a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old to deceive you into believing that they grown? Hey, man, listen. It's a chick, I ain't even gonna say her name, but she's very popular in the game, right? This chick in California, man. And, you know, she's grown now. She's of age now. But she's been popular on social media. She's been popular throughout California on various blades and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And without me even saying her name, I know a lot of y'all are probably familiar with the chick who I'm talking about. You know, you can say her name in the chat if you want, but I ain't going to say her name and I ain't going to show her. But when this chick was like 16 and 17, man, it was so many cats that wanted this chick. You know what I mean? And it kills me because, you know, people in Sinful the P's case, they like, oh, man, how the hell Sinful? Man, he had to know, man. How he let a 14-year-old deceive him, man. He had to know. Woody-woody-whoop. But yet and still, you have all of these guys that was trying to have this chick, man, when she was 16 to 17 years old, man. You know, they was lusting over this chick. They wanted to have her, man. And, you know, she wasn't grown. And it was so cold to where, man, even after cats was finding out, and you know what's so funny? I busted this one dude out one time, right? Because he was one of the main guys running his mouth about Sinful. He was one of the main dudes. Oh, man, Sinful the P, he a P-file, man. He this, he that, he woody-woody-whoop, right? He doing all of that. And I had screenshotted him, and I did it because I just know his character, you know. And and you know what's so funny? He's what I would consider a businessman pimp. He one of them businessmans, you know what I mean? So this businessman pimp, right, who had so much criticism for the ism when it came to Sinful to P, one of them pages that's popular among the game posted a picture of this girl, right? And I think at the time she was 17. She definitely wasn't grown. I don't think she was 16. I think she already was 17 by that time. But, you know, a lot of people wasn't aware that she was a minor, right? So all these dudes making these comments in the chat, right? So, of course, you know, I go, that's something I learned from Sinful, right? I used to not really care about comments and likes and things like that, but I learned that from Sinful. Sinful was, boy, if you wrong Sinful in any kind of way, boy, he would never forget. It could be 100 years from now. He is not going to forget when you said that bullshit 100 years ago. You know what I mean? So any type of derogatory, anything against Sinful, if you liked on a post or liked on a comment, you ain't even have to say nothing. If you liked on the shit, Sinful was never going to forget. So he the one kind of got me mindful of that, right? So I go to the likes. I see all these dudes that had so much to say about Sinful liking this 17-year-old's picture. But then one of the main dudes with the most to say, the businessman Pimp, he all in the chat talking about how he want this chick or how he would pimp on her if he had her, right? Then, so I screenshotted it when I seen it, right? So then I guess what must have happened is because people had already made, because there was a bunch of comments in the chat by the time he made his comment. And people had already said something about the girl being underage in the chat, in the comments before he made his comment, right? But I guess what he must have did, he made the comment first talking about how he wanted this girl, this 17-year-old girl. And then he must have read the comments, realized that she was a minor, and then deleted his comment, right? So, of course, you know, we both end up in the box on one of these lives on one of these popular Instagram pages, right? And I confronted him about the shit. He tried to backpedal and deny the shit. Then I showed the screenshots. I'm like, yeah, man, this is you. You was trying to have that minor. Then you try to cover your tracks and delete your comment, but here go the receipts though. You know what I mean? And of course, you know, he tried to deflect and, you know, still have so much to say about Sinful and all this, that, and the third. But I just say all that to say anybody can be deceived, man, if they not mindful and if they ain't ever, a lot of people ain't ever bumped their head before. So, you know, they don't know how fire feels. They don't know the heat of fire. So, you know, they just moving. And man, it's another chick. And I know some of y'all know who I'm talking about, man. It's another chick, a little Mexican chick. And I believe she's from Northern Cali somewhere. And this chick, you know, she looks grown. She's very well developed. She wear all the makeup and the eyelashes and nails and all that. She got tattoos and she looks very grown, but she is 15 years old. And I remember somebody posted a picture of her. And man, you should have seen how dudes was trying to have her. And dudes be so trifling, like, again, some of the same people that got so much criticism for the ism who genuinely made a mistake, even after they found out that this girl was 15. And, you know, one person had made a post about her, right? They had pictures of her, and then they had screenshots of conversations of her saying like, yeah, I'm 15, so what? Whoopty whoopty whoop. Her admitting that she's 15 years old. Dudes was still trying to have this chick. Same dudes with a whole bunch to say about Sinful. You know what I mean? So, like, that's what's unfortunate that, you know, you got guys like that in the world, but, you know, the internet is a coward's playground, man. So they, you know, them type of dudes, they gonna hide behind the internet and do that type of stuff all day long, man. But it's just unfortunate that these minor pimps, they give the real pimps a bad rap, you know, and then the minor pimps are the ones who make headlines. See, you never gonna make headlines for being the pimp that donates to your school. You'll never make headlines for being the pimp who donates to charities like Sinful the P did. You know, you'll never make headlines for being the pimp who has done toy drives for the kids and giving food out on Thanksgiving and Christmas. You know what I mean? Like various guys in the game have done. You never gonna make the news for that. Oh, but when you the minor pimp, oh, you gonna make national headlines. You know? When you the minor pimp, man, you gonna be the talk of the world. Not just the talk of the town, you're gonna be talk of the world as the minor pimp. So that's what's so unfortunate is because, you know, the media, they're never going to portray the pimping in a positive light. They're always going to make the pimping look like monsters. And unfortunately, like I said, you know, the people like the minor pimps, you know, they're going to get the most press. Got that obituary freeze. Appreciate you, P. Dead prayers. Good looking, man. Hey, and I apologize to y'all who emailed Sinful's email and you haven't gotten an obituary yet, man. I'm going to get to you. I just, you know, I've been having a lot going on and I apologize for the delay, but you will not be denied. And if you email me your information to have Sinful's obituary sent to you, you'll get one in the mail. And I appreciate y'all for getting Ron to 319 subs, man. Now it's 260 y'all in here. I know one solitary person among you can hit that pinned comment, hit the link right there. That's going to take you to Ambassador Ron's YouTube channel that you see displayed on the screen here. And you can subscribe to his channel. Hit this icon right here. And when you hit the icon right here, it's going to say subscribe like so. You hit the arrow to the right, bam. It's going to take you to these options here. You click on all, bam, and you'll get all the notifications, man. Let me see. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, man. So we done got Ron at 320 subs, man. That's what I love to see. And we going to keep running that thing up, man. But yeah, when he first joined the live earlier, he was at 250. And y'all done got him to 320, man. So I appreciate y'all, man. That's a beautiful thing, man. You gonna appreciate the game that he got to drop. You gonna appreciate the flavor that he coming with. Yeah, man. You know, he's a great representative of the game, man. So I appreciate y'all for getting him to 320 subs. And I'm sure that, you know, even some more people will subscribe before this live is over with, man. So, yeah. But, yeah, you know, the minor pimps, man, they don't have nothing to do with game. You know, they don't get cooperation based on game. They don't get cooperation based on integrity. The minor pimps don't get, you know, they don't operate with dignity at all. The minor pimps, man, you know, their whole thing is manipulation, conning. It's disgusting, man. You know, it's an underage girl who I did a video about her and her mother and soft white underbelly once before, a few months back. You know, it's crazy, man, what that young lady has endured, man. And it's so crazy because I got a daughter her age, man. And it you know, I'll probably be under the jail, man, if somebody was playing with mine like that. I can't even imagine. But you know, it's grown ass men that was in videos with this, or at least a grown ass man that was making videos with this little girl, man, smoking weed with her and all this type of stuff. Like, dudes like that, man, you not only deserve to be, you know, in that thing, but they need to put you on the main line. They need to put you where somebody gonna make you their girlfriend. Where somebody gonna have you turning Kool-Aid into makeup and lipstick out of jelly. You know what I mean? They need to put you where you gonna be creasing somebody's drawers. Nah, you know how I like my drawers creased? You know what I mean? Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah. They need to put you where you braiding somebody's nut hairs. You know what I mean? French braids. Yeah, that's where they need to put you, man. When you consciously dealing with girls like that, it just ain't cool. And like I said, ain't, you know, there's no game involved in that. And you know, it's it's so unfortunate, man, because California, right? And I don't know why California did this, but some years back, I want to say about 6 years ago or so, maybe somewhere between 5 and 6 years ago, right? California decriminalized underage prostitution. So now, since that time, minors don't get arrested for prostitution. Prior to them changing the law, when an underage girl was caught prostituting, they would take her to juvenile hall, and she would, just like anybody else, she'd have to face the music. Now what they do, or what they were doing, I don't know about recently, but I know at one point in time what they would do is if the police caught a girl underage, doing what she do, they would take her to like this place. I don't know if it's like a home or some type of intervention place, right? But then once she get there, she can just leave and be right back out there, and it wouldn't do anything. So you can just imagine how the minor pimps, the guys who seek out minors intentionally, you can just imagine how, the way they saw that as an opportunity to thrive and do their thing. Like, oh man, I could take these minors to California, or I could just go to California and knock some minors in. I ain't got to worry about them going to jail. I ain't got to pay bail. I ain't got to pay for a lawyer. I could do my thing. And I know that a lot of guys in California have that mindset. And it's just unfortunate, man, because, I don't see how that benefited underage girls at all by decriminalizing underage prostitution. Now, what I like to see, or do I like the idea of young girls going to jail? No. But guess what? If an underage girl shoplifts, if a 15-year-old girl get caught shoplifting, she going to juvenile hall. And y'all still, got grown women, even though Los Angeles County, they're not supposed to be arresting prostitutes no more, but they still do. But yeah, man, it's still a crime. Prostitution is still a crime. And yeah, it's just crazy that they did that, man, because it's a black eye to the whole game. But yeah, the minor pimps, man, you got people that respect them. You got people that respect some of the minor pimps, man. But me, I don't respect that, because there's no game involved in that. See, what the pimping does is unique. What the pimping does is remarkable. And there's nothing unique or remarkable about being a grown man and you going after 13, 14, 15-year-olds, even 17-year-olds, because like I said, it's some chicks that are legally of age. There's some 19, 20, and 21-year-olds that don't have the maturity suitable for the game. And they ain't got no business in the game, and they're of age. So I don't even know how they do it. You gotta be sick and twisted to go after, minors and stuff like that, man. So yeah, it's crazy, man. Diaper sniper pimping. Yeah, man. It's unfortunate that they do that, man. But let me see. Man, I appreciate y'all. Y'all done got around to 327 subs, man. That's a beautiful thing, man. But listen, we gonna go ahead and wrap this thing on up, man. Like I said, I know I'm gonna have to turn this into a series, because there's still a lot of different flavors of pimping that I ain't even got to yet. And we already been live almost 5 hours, man. So, yeah, this series is to be continued, man. I don't know if I'm going to continue it on the very next live, but we definitely going to continue this much sooner than later, man, because it's still a lot of flavors of pimping to be covered, man. So, yeah, man. Y'all already know I got to hydrate my game one more time before we get up out of here. If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. Yeah, man, almost 5 hours a game, you dig? Mike J. Womack, I agree with you. I feel you. Not only is it crazy because of the the legal consequences behind it, but just beyond that, just like you said, I don't know how they do it. Young MFers get on my damn nerves. Man, because it's some 22, 23, 24, 25-year-olds that get on my nerves. So I don't know how they do that. It's crazy. And then I'm just thinking about my daughter, like, that's crazy. And I know that's my daughter, so of course I'm going to look at it that way, but like, that's crazy. But you got people out there like that, man, unfortunately. But yeah, the minor pimps, man, no respect. Like, what's his name? What's that boy's name? Snatch Your Honor. Oh, King Earner. Yeah, they honor is snatched. I don't know what happened to King Earner. I ain't seen him in a long time. I don't know if he's still doing his thing, but yeah. Minor pimps, man, they honor is snatched. Yeah, man, so we're going to go ahead and wrap this thing on up, man. As always, wait, let me see something real quick before we get up out of here. Okay, we good on that. All right, man, I appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in with this game. I appreciate all the comments, questions, jokes. You know, I appreciate all your shares. I appreciate you subscribing. I appreciate you hitting the bell when you subscribe. I appreciate all the super chats, the cash apps, the PayPals. I appreciate your support in every which way that you come with it, man. Y'all already know who it is and what it is. Freeze is it. If you out in traffic moving around, please do so in a safe fashion. And as always, long live the incomparable Sinful to P. We out.